I inherited my grandparents' property when I was in my early 20s. As a young adult, this was probably the most impactful blessing on my life. It financially opened me up to spend my money in other ways and beginning on a shoestring budget. I'll forever appreciate this home. When I was growing up, early childhood, my mom would drive us out here for visits. The house was next to a dock and a small lake, and I would swim for hours in the summer. There was one winter I even got to skate on it when it froze over. That wasn't fun because of all the sticks and things that were sticking out of the ice, and if I tripped, I was going into the water and freezing to death. It's actually just another memory that scared me relating to this house. Basically, I remember us being out here all the time. His home was used as our personal timeshare because at the time he was an engineer and regularly rented other houses closer to the work site. This trip was during an especially sweltering day. We left our apartment hoping the rural environment would provide more tree cover and relief from the hot city pavement. It was a good idea, but the area's temperature wasn't all that much better. At this house, though, we could leave all the doors and windows wide open to let a breeze in, and of course, the lake. It was one of these afternoons, and I'd just gotten out of the lake and was drying off on the back patio. My mom was sitting in a plastic chair next to me and we were talking, but our conversation was interrupted by the sound of all the windows and doors around the house slamming closed. It started in the front of the house. Front door, living room window, boom, boom, side door, bedroom window. We sat frozen as the slamming sound made its way to us, with the kitchen windows, back patio left door, and then finally, boom, back patio right door, the one that we were closest to. We were anticipating it to slam, but it was still unbelievably scary watching a door move on its own. And then boom, it shook the wood beneath us and my mom let out an uncontrollable eep. When the slamming started, I think we were both half-heartedly thinking that my grandpa had gotten home, and as the slamming got closer, I was more and more expecting to see him. Then the door moved on its own, as well as the side dining room window right after. My mom pulled me close to her, and we sat on the deck waiting for the noises to continue. But after the last dining room window was closed, it all settled down. We both watched windows and doors shut without anyone on the other side. An intruder in the home wasn't what my mom and I were looking for when we walked inside. It was just us two out there, and with no other way to sugarcoat it, she explains that she needs to go inside. Everything we needed was still in there. A phone, her car keys. I didn't want to be left alone, so I was right behind her when we went inside. It was like a furnace when we got in there. My mom said, "Hello, hello," but my grandpa wasn't there. The thermostat in the living room, it was on and turned all the way up. I turned it down while my mom went from room to room checking for an intruder. Finding no one and no other reasonable explanation, the phenomenon was blamed on an air pressure thing in the house. Although this sounds like a lot of excitement, it really wasn't. I probably could have even had this be a forgettable memory, especially with the air pressure excuse being assumed as true. But that afternoon, there was one more thing that happened that really scared me. Again, in my childhood, this is the one and only time that I was genuinely struck with fear due to this house. But after all the rooms were checked and the thermostat was turned back down, both of us were back outside on the deck. This time, we decided to leave the doors and windows closed. We were considering ourselves lucky that none of the windows broke when they came down the first time, and we didn't really want to tempt fate again. It was becoming dusk. The sun was setting across the lake, and my mom and I were enjoying the scenery. We're both sitting on the deck, and we feel the whole house shake, like an earthquake that only lasted a second. The lake wasn't disturbed. The trees around weren't shaking. The sound and feeling only came from inside the house. I turned around first. From where I'm standing, I can see into the house from the window, and clear as day, I see a woman standing in the living room. She can see me too, because when we make eye contact, it looked like she began to scream. but I couldn't hear anything. Then, she evaporated into thin air. I turned to ask my mom if she saw the woman, but she hadn't. I told her, I saw someone in the house. She knew from the tone in my voice that I was serious, so instead of asking further questions, she picked up a hand shovel from the little gardening plot next to the deck and ran inside. Again, she went from room to room, this time with a sharp weapon. Nobody was found. After that, we both felt uneasy. My mom, being the adult in the situation, was feeling more spooked than me and decided to take us home that night. After that, there wasn't any more weirdness. We had many visits after decades of them, and now I own the house. I still feel happy and content with my little abode, as I previously mentioned. I live by myself. Well, not all by myself. It was more for my parents' peace of mind than mine, but it would be an injustice for me not to mention Scooter, my cane corso. He's my giant protector against the squirrel and deer that I've encountered while living out here. I got home the other night and found this big boy wandering around the front yard, and at first I thought Scooty found a way to open the door and let himself out. He's big enough, but can't get the concept of turning the handle down. So I was surprised when I drove up to find him lying in the grass. The huge thunderstorm that rolled past here, it was right over top of us by then, and I was focused on getting him inside before it started to get bad. When I parked in the driveway, the property was dark. I knew the power must have been knocked out. I got out of my car, and mid-walk to Scooter, I turned and looked at the house, trying to figure out what door he'd gotten open, and the hair literally stood up on my arms. It wasn't one door that was open. It was all of them. And then I saw that the windows were all open as well. I was panicking. I thought I'd been robbed. I grabbed Scooter and pushed his big butt into the backseat of my car. Then I got in, locked the doors, and called the cops. When they arrived, we stayed in the car as they did a walkthrough of the house. After they made sure the house was clear, they closed all the open windows and doors, and I was able to go back into the house to see if anything was missing. Nothing was. Everything was how I'd left it in the morning. After the police left, I light a bunch of candles and put them around the house. In an aisle that separates my kitchen and living room, I slip on a wet spot. I almost dropped the candle. I flipped on my phone light to see what I had slipped on, but I couldn't find the source of where any moisture could be coming from. Looking at where I'd fallen, though, I noticed there was actually a small trail of water. The splotches looked like small feet prints, and wow, saying that feels as crazy as it felt in that moment, following the trail of watery prints to the back door. The feet were pointing away from the back door, though, like the prints were entering the house. I just stared at them, baffled as to who was running through my house barefoot. Sure, they weren't there anymore, but I felt sick thinking someone had been through there. Nothing was taken, though. Maybe it's something I haven't noticed yet. And Jesus, I went down a rabbit hole, paranoid, thinking about that one. I went from room to room, checking desks, closets, shoeboxes, everything. All using my cell phone light and Scooter stuck to my hip. All of my jewelry and shoes were untouched. Even cash that I'd left out was still there. Now, I don't want to believe my house somehow got haunted. I don't know how that would even happen. But here I am writing this, only trying to still explain coming home to every door and window being wide open, my dog in the yard, wet footprints in my house. And I still haven't gotten to the part where you think, oh yeah, I guess this place is haunted now for some fucking reason. The power eventually comes on, and when it does, the generators kick in. It's a low vroom startup that shakes the foundations of this old place like a jet engine. New pipes and plumbing, old foundation. Startling at first, but I put two and two together when the rumble sound is in sync with the lights. When the house is lit again, it becomes difficult to see outside in the dark, but almost as if it was right against the glass of the window facing the yard. I realize that I'm looking at the silhouette of a child, a pure black figure outlined in the window in front of me. I took a step toward the window, and they vanished. I tried to tell myself I was just seeing things. Maybe it was the rain or a shadow that was cast by the trees that were swaying. But the chill down my spine told me that something was weird about that. I closed the blinds. I was trying to shake the feeling of eyes watching me. Scooter wouldn't stop pacing. He usually settles in right next to me, but he kept going to the back door, sniffing at it, letting out some low growls, his hackles raised. I'd never seen him like that. Later that night, as I was finally drifting off to sleep, something made me bolt upright. It was the unmistakable sound of little footsteps, faint but clear, pattering across the hallway just outside my bedroom door. I remember holding my breath and my heart was pounding in my chest. I kept telling myself, no way, just the rain. But I couldn't ignore the fact that they sounded like little wet footsteps, each followed by a soft splat, like someone was tracking water across the floor. Scooter growled again, this time from his spot on the floor by my bed. Then the footsteps stopped. I stared at the doorknob, waiting for it to turn, but it never did. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating. And just as I started to relax, I could have sworn I heard a knock on the door. 3 soft taps, and then nothing. I didn't move, and neither did Scooter. I decided I was going to get up. I got out of bed, opened the door just a crack, and looked into the hallway. Nothing. The floor was dry, no sign of any footprints, no sound of anyone else in the house. I went back to bed, but I barely slept. The next morning, I went to check the back door, trying to convince myself that maybe the whole night had been some weird, bizarre, vivid nightmare. But there, right on the inside of the back door, was a single, small, wet handprint. It smeared across the wood as if someone had pressed their hand against it, reaching in. I know some of you will think that I'm crazy, but even having all of these things happen, I know that there's nowhere else I'd rather live. So I'm not really sharing for advice so much as just sharing my most bizarre experiences with what I consider to be the paranormal. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing. Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. When I was 8, my family and I took a beach vacation, staying in a condo with 20 floors, our condo being on the top floor. One evening while we were there, I was in the elevator on the way back up from the beach to have dinner, when suddenly the elevator stopped on the 13th floor. Even though the 13th floor button hadn't been pushed. Yes, this building actually had a 13th floor, and didn't skip it to 14, like most. When the elevator stopped on the 13th floor, the door flung open to reveal total darkness. No light at all, even though the floors were supposed to be lit at night. While the elevator stopped on this floor, I heard eerie noises. After a minute, the door closed quickly. The elevator proceeded to the 20th floor, where my family was waiting. I just heard my dad call my name from outside my window. It was clear as day. I just heard him shout, "Connor." Thing is, my dad passed away in 2020. So I froze, eyes wide, listening, anticipating I'd hear a repetition of a noise that I could have possibly misheard as my dad calling my name. But the house is quiet. My dogs aren't even up walking around. For some reason, I still just got up and peeked out of my blinds, and like I thought, nobody was standing there. Goosebumps are still filling my arms. I have no clue what could have made that noise. Last October, I was giving paranormal tours in Laurel, Maryland, at a place called Laurel's House of Horrors. I got multiple responses through 2 REM pods and a spirit box. After that, I noticed paranormal activity in my house. At first, I blamed the lack of sleep, but the intensity grew almost nightly. Eventually, I asked who it was and why it followed me home, but it gave me some suspicious replies, like claiming to be my family or an angel. With further pressing, it said more reassuring answers, like it was a child who wanted to be at peace. I took a break, but the activity continued until I lost my temper and told it to stay out of my room if it wanted to stay here. It didn't. So I drove it out by burning white sage, chanting a prayer to St. Michael, and splashing holy water on everything. It worked for a few hours, but the activity started up again. So my new house, I just moved in about 5 years ago. It always gives me creepy vibes. I always feel like I'm being watched and stuff like that. One day when I got home from band camp, I was home alone, and my fire alarms were going off. I look all around the house for smoke. It was coming from my basement. So I went downstairs, opened the door, and there it was. A man, at least 6 foot tall, pouring gasoline on top of a fire. I remember I ran at him, trying to stop him. But then, sharp claws came out of his hands, and he scratched my leg, stopping me from getting up. Then all of a sudden, everything disappeared besides some smoke. I was freaked out. I climbed up the stairs, locked the basement door and the garage door, and then I crawled 2 more flights of stairs to get into my room. I hid there until someone got home. And if anyone wants to see, the mark is still there. Very early on a winter morning, my colleague Pete and I were trying to stay inside the patrol car and out of trouble. We were halfway through a week of night shifts that had turned up a dead body on a bus, someone who had choked on their own vomit and fallen asleep on a rear bench, along with a dead body at a bail inquiry, 2 inches of dead flies up against the inside of a window, and an unaliving. We had just dealt with a 2-month-old baby left alone with 2 bottles of milk while his mother got pimped out around the corner at a rough club in Dalston. He'd been screaming since 9 p.m. That's what the neighbors said when they called at midnight. We hoofed in the door. The mother and her madam had been turned up, kicking off and demanding the kid back around 2 a.m. Pete and I had expended quite a bit of energy getting her into the cells. We go back out at the end of the witching hour, 4 a.m. Our skipper promises us the easy stuff, and we get a routine call. Woman heard screaming in the street, with a general location of a tower block not far from us. We get this call several times a night. Most times an area search reveals nothing. Sometimes it's amorous foxes or loud TV. We get this a lot with gunshots. People in tower blocks watch movies with headphones so they can turn the volume right up on an action flick. The headphone lead accidentally gets pulled out, sudden eruption of calls, shots heard. But you never know. We can guarantee at least once in your career it will be something. In Hackney, in early 2000s, that could be a couple times a year. Well, we find the block and its L-shaped open-air balcony landings with 3 stairwells, one at each end and another at the junction. We go up the first stairwell, 8 floors, not even the usual rough sleepers, very quiet. We look down each balcony, then across the middle. We planned for one of us to go down each remaining stairwell. A foil to our plans, the balcony had been sealed off with expensive-looking double-glazed partitions, so we had to go back down to ground level. This meant that we had to climb the last stairwell again, all 8 floors. We don't even know if this is where the child screaming was heard. There's only been 1 call, and all is silent. We were just about to have a discussion on whether we should call it an ASNT, area search no trace, or start climbing. Then we smelt a delicate, flowery perfume. It wouldn't have hung around long, so we start climbing. On the 4th floor, we saw blood dripping down the stairs. Calling for more units and climbing a bit more tactically. We couldn't smell the perfume anymore. But on the 5th floor, wedged upright behind an emergency panel, the body of a young lady. She'd been stabbed several times around the neck, face. A large amount of blood was slowly draining out of her skull, making its way downstairs. As our colleagues are cordoning off the building, we find the victim's purse and driver's license. She has an address on the next floor. We knock on and eventually a sleeping flatmate comes out, confirms the victim lives there. With the detectives questioning the flatmate, we search the girl's room and find a bottle of the exact perfume we smelled downstairs. The victim lives alone but has a Russian boyfriend who the flatmate has a bad feeling about. One of the detectives used to work at Heathrow and expedites a trace on this guy's passport. The first flight to Moscow is in about an hour. We return to the station to write up our evidence. As we're going off duty, the detectives tell us the boyfriend was kicked trying to board the first flight to Russia. Bloodied wet wipes were found in a bin near his car, with a bloodied overcoat, where he had vigorously cleaned himself before abandoning the lot in the far reaches of a car park. Pete and I attended the coroner's office for the autopsy. The coroner said that she had died almost instantly, but at least 4 hours before we had found her. We asked about the perfume, and he said no trace was found on her. So, who smelt of perfume, and who screamed less than 15 minutes before we found her? Everyone in the block passed the alibi and attitude test. No one admitted seeing her or hearing any screaming. The call came from a mobile at the night bus stand across the street. All they heard was a scream. I kept trying to tell myself that it was possible that she was wearing the perfume, We just didn't smell it after that initial moment because we were focused on the blood. But the coroner looks for stuff like that, said that she wasn't wearing any. Even then, she must have applied it when she left for work the previous morning. The bottle was still on her bedside. Still, it shouldn't have been so strong to carry down 5 flights. I guess it's also possible a rough sleeper found her, screamed, and ran. But they know if they witness something like this, it's a guaranteed couple of hot meals back at the nick and pick of the lost and found. They can get some shoes, things like that, if they help us out. I don't know. Something about this case, though. I think about that perfume a lot. Is it paranormal? I don't know. A little backstory. I was staying a couple of nights with my biological dad, who I'd never visited before until semi-recently. Never seen his house, never seen him in person before, yada yada. He lives out in the Texas Hill Country, at least 2.5 hours from literally anything except trees. When we get to his house, it's creepy in that way that empty houses are. Nothing special. His wife and kids had left and he was getting ready to sell the place. I spent 2 nights on the couch, which faces the TV. The TV gives off a reflection of the back of the room, which includes the kitchen and an open bar, no doors. You can see pretty much the entire kitchen in the TV if the light's out. The first night I fell asleep almost immediately after arriving, so whatever was in that house was probably ticked off that it didn't get to do any spooky ghost stuff that night. The second was when weird stuff started happening. Just sounds, but the kind of sounds that you hear when someone's walking around doing things. Everyone else was outside. I knew that for a fact. I could see them out on the porch. No one was in the house with me. I heard splashing, like someone was using the sink. I thought that the cat might be playing in its water bowl or something. I heard footsteps, no, boot steps in the kitchen. At this point, I was like, okay, this is ghost stuff. I heard crinkling chip bags. Ghosts like potato chips, I guess. The rest of the night was whispers, breathing, distant gunfire. Not actual gunfire, just faint, barely there artillery fire. I feel like it's worth noting that I'm a really, really calm person. This stuff is creepy, but I'm tired. I just finished watching Lost Boys. It's late. I tell whatever it is to leave me alone. And then I go to sleep. The next morning, the cat is acting weird. Biological dad even mentions that she usually doesn't act this way. Examples. Keeps getting all prickly and weird and skittish at absolutely nothing. I ignore this, having slept like crap, and I sit down in front of the switched-off TV to stare into space for a while. So again, both my mom and biological dad are out on the porch, talking because this is Texas. And I shit you not, I look into the reflection of the kitchen, and I see a straight-up horror movie shadowy outline of a person just hanging out, walking around the kitchen like they're getting ready for their day. And I hear the tinkering of a spoon in a coffee cup. This ghost is straight up making ghost coffee. I look behind me at the kitchen and nobody's there. I look back at the reflection and there it is, still moving around casually. Suddenly it stops. I get the feeling that it's realized it's being watched. So I give a little wave into the reflection of the TV. Friendly enough. Hey, dead guy, I see you. What's up? It immediately starts making a beeline toward the couch where I'm sitting, and I get the hell out of there ASAP. But yeah, I saw a ghost make coffee once. A friend of mine had a creator account on one of those fans-only websites. She already had a job, but she started getting a much larger payday every month. I said to myself, I've got way bigger assets than she does. I could easily make what she's making, and I did. I I took all the pics I needed, didn't care who saw my promotions, and threw a few promo pics up on my socials. Talk about dudes coming out of the woodwork. Suddenly, all of my friends were photographers, all willing to shoot for free. They just appreciated the exposure. It would have been bad business not to accept at least a few of these offers, so I got my account poppin'. All this had me feeling like my next move was to go live, you know? I was planning on having a live session on a specific date. The night arrives, curtains up, lights, camera, action. I'm shaking my ass to some young thug, and the chat's blowing up with donations. The camera was artistically positioned with my sliding closet door in mind because it had a huge mirror on it. I'm facing away from it, typing to my followers, and one of them says, "I'm out. Whatever you got going on behind you is creepy." That was offensive to say when I'm delivering the goods, you know, so I clap back. "Well, screw off then, you limp prick." But then, more people in the chat start saying things like, "Who's in the closet? Is that guy going to join you? Someone keeps looking out." I stop what I'm doing because multiple people are blowing up the chat. I mean, if these dudes are pausing their business to warn me, I'm taking it seriously. I've seen people with literal roaches crawling through their sheets, and no one in the chat bats an eye. Yet here I am, working hard for my money, and all they're talking about is some pale face that keeps popping its head out from behind the closet. I get up, walk over to it. In the mirror's reflection, I can see the chat bubbles rolling, faster than ever. I don't know if there's a word for the mix of terrified and oddly humiliated, but that's what I was feeling. My sexy night turned into some Casper hunting nonsense. Goes without saying, nobody should have been in my closet. I slide the door open, showed the chat that nobody was inside, and then close it. Got back into bed and typed, "Can we keep going or what?" They start replying, "Do you know the history of your house? Has someone you know died recently?" Cool, this cam session was the worst confidence booster in the history of time. I'm here in front of you, God and country, and you're more interested in the history of my house? Thanks. I ended the session right there. Exit, goodbye, go watch the Discovery Channel, and I clicked out. I'd made a special room for my job. Shh, don't tell anyone, but it's not my real bedroom. It's half of a room that I filled with lava lamps and a mattress, and the other half is packed with my computers and lighting equipment. I can't keep the lava lamps on all the time. There's about 16 of them scattered around, and their cords are clustered into 3 power strips that I flip off individually. The room goes into a temporary blackout before I can reach the main light switch. It's a California King mattress, so it's a squishy crawl across the bed's memory foam, and the room is as quiet as can be. That serenity was interrupted by the squeaking wheels of my closet door, slowly opening in the dark. I freeze mid-crawl, listening to the door bump against the wall. If the lights were on, I'd be looking into a wide open closet. I live alone, and I'd already checked that closet live on camera. I'm positive it was empty. There's still a fourth of the mattress to get across, and a couple of feet of carpet between me and that light switch. Just as I'm about to move, the hanger starts shaking, making noise. That had me Superman diving for the wall switch. I flipped it on and pow, the closet was wide open again. Everything that had been on a hanger was on the floor, along with most of the hangers. I was pissed. Living or ghost, there's no reason to be doing that kind of shit. Later that night, I tried to replay the footage from my live premiere, and all of it was completely pixelated. Way worse than a low-quality 720p. It hadn't looked like that during the stream, and nobody in the chat had mentioned any quality issues. They'd all seen whatever creepy stuff was going on behind me. After a bunch of Google searches, I couldn't find any way to fix it. Screw it. I kept updating my content regularly, but I haven't gone live since. I'm scared this will affect my numbers, but I'm more scared of more things happening in front of a live audience. As much as I'd like to pretend it's not real, I've seen the tiny chandelier swinging in circles, its glass crystals clinking and clanking against each other, hard enough to chip. I'm praying that my landlord doesn't notice that. I'm sick of feeling scared like this, though. My niece hates this place. She's only 3. The first time my sister brought her over, she started crying, following something with her eyes, like she was watching invisible birds dive bomb her or something, muttering, "I don't like pointy teeth, man." I was like, "Christine, could you take care of your kid instead of encouraging her imaginary fears? There's nothing up here." Christine was like, "Well, Anne-Marie sees something." She sure did. The kid looked absolutely paralyzed with fear. I felt so bad. Earlier that day, Christine and Anne-Marie had gone to the library and checked out a few books. One of the books was left at my house, but when I read the title to Christine later, she didn't remember ever checking it out. The receipt on her library card had no record of the book either, and all of her other books were still accounted for. Those of you wondering, it was a book about national parks, so I'm not sure it's exactly scary, but it appearing out of nowhere is. One night, I was lying on the mattress just trying to relax when I heard a soft whisper. It was too quiet to make out the words, but it sounded like it was right next to my ear. I jolted upright, and the room was empty. I thought maybe I was just freaking myself out, but then I felt something. It was cold, like an icy finger trailing down my arm. I scrambled off the bed, flicked on the light, and checked every corner. Nothing. I was starting to think I was losing it, but then Anne-Marie came back with Christine a few days later. As soon as they stepped into the room, Anne-Marie froze. Her eyes got wide, and she pointed toward the closet. "Pointy teeth man's in there," she whispered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck actually rise this time. I told her it was just a closet, empty, and I went to open it to prove it to her. But as I reached for the handle, she screamed, a scream I'd never heard. I stopped, frozen in place, and just stared. She was backing away, staring at the closet, clutching my sister's leg, sobbing. Through her tears, she tried to say, "He doesn't want you to open it." Christine grabbed Anne-Marie, and they left in a hurry, my sister whispering apologies over her shoulder. I was left standing there, feeling completely rattled. That night, I was lying in bed when my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had posted a comment on my account from a profile I'd never seen before. "Why'd you stop going live? We miss you. He misses you." I know it was probably a typo, but it really creeped me out to see that message. And then my phone buzzed again. Another comment. "The man says he'll see you soon." Also, probably just trying to mess with me. Either way, I haven't been back in that room since. I locked it up, put a heavy dresser in front of the door, and I don't care if it costs me followers. I'm not going back in there. I'm not sure what's in that closet, but whatever it is, it seems to want to scare me. It seems to be watching, waiting. For what? I'm not going to find out. I grew up in a very scientific family. My dad, an engineer, was a practical, no-nonsense guy, not one to indulge in talk of ghosts or anything remotely paranormal. The concept of hauntings was practically foreign to our household, and I'd grown up assuming that ghosts and spirits were nothing but old wives' tales. But one night, during dinner in high school, I asked my dad about the old house, the one we lived in when I was just a baby. I'd heard bits and pieces from neighbors about strange things that had happened back then, and curiosity finally got the best of me. To my surprise, my dad grew quiet, looking at me for a moment before setting down his fork. Then, almost reluctantly, he told me a story that he'd never shared before, and the way he spoke, with a hint of something like unease, it made my skin prickle. He explained that not long after we moved into the house, strange things started happening. It was a typical suburban home, nothing remarkable, and we'd been there about a week when the first gift appeared. One morning, a Friday, I came downstairs and I found a small, handcrafted wooden figure sitting on the mantel of our fireplace. My dad said, his voice steady but his eyes distant, like he was seeing it all again. I thought your mom had put it there, maybe something from a yard sale that she hadn't told me about, but when I asked her, she was just as surprised as I was. And that was only the beginning. Every Friday morning, like clockwork, a new handmade item would appear on the mantel. There was no sign of forced entry, no windows left open, and only my dad and my mom had keys to the house. The gifts ranged from small carved animals to intricate old-fashioned toys. Each item looked like it was crafted with meticulous care, the wood smoothed and polished, tiny details etched into the surface. My dad, trying to remain calm and rational, contacted the police after a few weeks, thinking maybe a previous tenant had kept a key and was playing some sort of prank. The local police agreed to keep close watch, especially on Thursday nights. My dad replaced the locks. But the police, they never saw a single person approach the house, and yet every Friday morning, without fail, a new item would appear. It was unsettling, my dad admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't figure it out, and the fact that there was no explanation, it started getting to me. As the weeks turned into months, the gifts continued, and the situation began to take a toll on my parents. My dad, a logical man, was growing tense and short-tempered, feeling helpless in the face of something that he really didn't understand. Eventually, in a last-ditch effort, he went to our local church. He actually asked a priest to bless our home, despite my parents not being religious. It wasn't something he believed in, he told me again, but desperation drove him there. After the priest blessed the house, the gifts stopped. My dad seemed relieved, telling me this, almost as though he'd finally come to terms with whatever had happened. He didn't exactly say it was a ghost, and in his telling, he didn't seem to want to dwell on that possibility. But his face was tense, his fingers drumming on the table, and the silence between us was thick. One detail, though, lingered long after the story ended. There was one particular gift that my dad had mentioned that we kept. It was a small wooden sled with a carefully painted scene on it. The picture showed a man pulling two children on the sled. One child looked remarkably like me, and the other like my younger sister, who hadn't even been born yet when we lived in that house. And the man, with the square jaw and serious expression, looked strikingly like my dad. I remember staring at him, waiting for him to explain that part, but he didn't. We found that one, maybe a month before your sister was born, and 6 months before your mother got sick. Then he looked down, clearing his throat, and changed the subject. The rest of dinner was quiet, the atmosphere a little awkward, but I didn't press him further. The look on his face told me that he'd already said more than he wanted to. Years later, I asked him about the story, curious if he'd elaborate, but he denied ever telling me. He looked genuinely confused, brushing it off as if I was mistaken. When I pressed him, saying, I remember every word, he grew tense, insisting I must have misunderstood. I don't know what you're talking about, he said firmly, his eyes darkening in a way that I'd never really seen before. It's been a long time since that conversation, but I've never forgotten it. I still think about that sled sometimes, that small, intricate painting that somehow showed a family moment from years before it would ever happen. I've even tried to find it among our family's things, but it's nowhere to be found. My dad refuses to talk about it. And my sister, she doesn't really remember this weird little decoration, as she was so young. I don't know if I'll ever get any real answers, or that my dad ever had them to begin with. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't check my own mantle for something small and wooden. So far, nothing. My husband and I stayed at a super old hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. At the time, I didn't really believe in paranormal things like ghosts, mainly because nothing had ever happened to me. The old room that we were staying in had this decorative wooden chair that had a slanted seat. I took note of the slant because I wound up putting my computer bag on this chair and felt comfortable doing so. I'm super careful with my electronics, and the slanted seat made it so that my bag slid all the way to the back of the chair, and so that it couldn't fall. I also hung a nice new dress on the back of the chair. We went out for sightseeing, and when we came back, my dress was on the floor near the chair. I wondered if housekeeping had touched it, even though we had a do not disturb sign on our door. Oh well, we ordered some dinner and went to bed. My husband and I were laying in bed in the dark, talking, almost falling asleep, when suddenly we heard a super loud slam. It was so loud we shot awake and both turned on the light. There, on the other side of the room, a good 10 to 15 feet from the chair, was my computer bag. It was like someone had lifted it and threw it down. There's no way that it just fell off the chair that far away, and the chair's seat was slanted backwards toward the wall. It would have been hard for just about anything to fall off, especially forward and 15 feet away. And it was a slam to the ground. I was so terrified, but my husband just shrugged it off like, I guess this place is haunted like a lot of places in Santa Fe. Guess the ghost doesn't like our stuff on its chair. I demanded that we sleep with the light on. I didn't even have the courage to check if my computer was okay until the next day. For anyone wondering, it was fine. Thank goodness. It had a nice case on it. Well, the next morning, my husband asked the front desk if the hotel was known to be haunted, and the guy just laughed and said, "Oh, what? Did you see the little girl?" No, we hadn't seen a little girl, but we certainly had seen something. Update for those of you who are wondering, the hotel was the Hotel St. Francis, and I found a picture online of the chairs on a random Yelp review. I guess a few of their standard rooms have this chair, so the pictures probably aren't the chair. But if you're into the paranormal, check out Hotel St. Francis. Maybe you'll see the little girl. When I moved into my dorm room freshman year, it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Small, cramped, but mine, and shared with Madison, who was as bubbly and energetic as her social media profile suggested. She was the kind of person that everybody liked instantly, with her messy blonde bun and oversized band tees that somehow made her look effortlessly cool. We weren't best friends, but we got along. I was the quiet one, and she was the one who made sure that I got out of the room once in a while. Madison's social calendar was always packed. Parties, study groups, hangouts. She didn't stay still. I, on the other hand, spent most nights in, headphones on, trying to focus on coursework. The night it happened, Madison had been out at some frat party. I remember vaguely hearing her mention it to me earlier that day, but I didn't think much of it because I obviously wasn't going. It wasn't unusual for her to come back late, usually with a story that made me laugh over breakfast. Only this time she didn't come back at all. I remember the next morning, our RA knocked on my door. She asked if I'd heard from Madison. My stomach sank. Nobody had heard from her? Hours later, we found out Madison had died in a freak accident off campus. They said that she'd been walking home alone, intoxicated, and stumbled into the street. A car hit her. It was all so sudden. Her side of the room was cleared within a few days. By the end of the week, it was just me and the emptiness where she used to be. And that's when weird stuff started to happen. The first night, I woke up to someone whispering my name. "Emily," the voice said. It was soft but insistent. I sat up. The room was dark still. Madison's bed stripped bare. It loomed like a shadow in the room. I told myself it was just my imagination, grief playing tricks on me. But then it happened again and again. Some nights I'd hear quiet sobbing. Other nights, her laughter. Faint, like it was coming from the hall, but the door was always locked. The worst was the sound of her bed creaking, like someone was shifting their weight on it. Every time I'd turn on the light, but the room was always empty. Sleep started to become impossible. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams came. Horrible, vivid dreams of Madison standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes glassy, her lips moving but nothing coming out. Sometimes her face was distorted, her body limp like a puppet. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, her name on my lips. I finally broke down and called my mom, begging her to talk to the dean about a room change. She was hesitant at first, thinking it was just stress, but I think she heard the fear in my voice, and so she promised to help. But room changes take time, weeks apparently, so I was stuck. One night, in desperation, I decided to Google Madison's name, hoping to find some sort of closure. What I found instead made me sick. A local blog had posted rumors about Madison's death. According to anonymous sources, she hadn't died on the street. She died inside the frat house, alcohol poisoning. Instead of calling for help, they panicked. They moved her body, dumped it off campus to make it look like she'd been walking home alone. I felt sick. I'm not like a religious person or anything, but the whispers, the crying, it felt like it wasn't just grief. Like Madison wasn't just haunting the room. She was trying to tell me something. I couldn't sleep that night. When the whispers came, I didn't hide under my covers, and I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat up and whispered, "I know what they did, and I'm sorry." The room fell silent. The next morning, I reported the blog post to the campus authorities. A few weeks later, after an investigation, the truth finally came out. The frat was shut down, arrests were made, and Madison's family finally got the real story. When I got the call saying that my room change had been approved, I hesitated. The haunting had stopped. Madison was all but gone. The room was just a room again, but with memories. So I decided to stay. Years ago, I worked as an orderly in a small hospital on the night shift. Most nights were uneventful, just a routine of answering call lights and cleaning up messes. But there was one room, the kind you never forget. The call light for that room had a mind of its own. It would go off at random, even when the room was empty. When there were patients in there, they'd insist they hadn't touched it. No one could ever explain it, and after a while, it became a strange little mystery. The older nurses had their own explanations. They'd say that it was Mary, a former patient, an elderly woman who had spent months in that room before she passed away. "She's just asking for help," they'd whisper, half serious, half joking. It turned into a running joke. Any odd sound, flickering light, or unexpected call in that room, it's just Mary looking for attention. We all laughed, but late at night, when the hospital was quiet, I'd catch a certain unease in the nurses' voices. I didn't think much of it at the time. The years passed, life moved on, and I left that job behind me. Now, 35 years later, I find myself back in the same hospital. This time it's just a retirement gig, something to keep me busy. The place has changed a lot, but there's still something familiar in the way that it feels after dark. Mary's old room is gone now. It's been converted into a surgical area, bright, sterile, and modern. Nothing about it looks like the room I remember, and yet, sometimes when I pass by that wing late at night, with all the lights off, I feel it again. It's always just out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, a figure, standing there in the patio, still and quiet, as if waiting. I tell myself that it's just an optical illusion, something about the way the light falls, or my aging eyesight playing tricks on me, but it never fails to send a chill down my spine. A few weeks ago, I mentioned the story to an old friend who's worked here all these years. I told her about Mary, about the call light, about the strange shadows I sometimes see now. She laughed at first, but the next time I saw her, she swatted me on the arm. "You had to go and tell me that story," she said, shaking her head. "Now I'm seeing her too." She was half joking, but her face told a different story. She looked uneasy, her eyes darting towards the hallway where Mary's room once stood. I still pass by the area every now and then. I still see the shadow, just for a second, always in the corner of my vision. I remind myself that it's nothing, just a trick of the mind. But sometimes, I wonder if Mary ever really left. Maybe she's still there, waiting for help, for attention, or maybe just for someone to notice her. I work as a supervisor in the cashier area of a casino, and for years I've been on the graveyard shift. It was around 10 years ago, back when we still closed the floor at 4 a.m. The nights were long, often quiet toward the end, but that night still lingers in my mind. It was a little after 5 a.m., and I was alone. My assistant had run home for a bit. I didn't mind since I was wrapping up paperwork, but the silence in the casino at that hour always felt different. It wasn't the usual kind of quiet. It was heavy. I stood at the counter, flipping through forms, my hair falling onto my face as I concentrated, and that's when I noticed something. Just for a split second, my hair moved, or at least I thought it did. It was such a fleeting thing that I almost dismissed it, chalking it up to my own restless mind. And then I realized it wasn't just my hair. One of the swivel chairs behind the cashier station was spinning, slowly. I froze. The chair creaked faintly as it turned, the sound sharp against the stillness of this empty casino. I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it was moving. There was no one else around. The air conditioning wasn't on, and there wasn't even the faintest breeze. And yet, it moved. The chair slowed its spin until it stopped completely, facing me. It felt deliberate. A chill was crawling up my spine, and my hands were actually trembling as I set down my pen. My eyes were darting in the shadowy corners of the room. Was someone there? Was I imagining things? I sat down, trying to steady my nerves a bit, convincing myself I was just tired. Maybe I'd wait for my assistant to get back before I finished the paperwork. And then the phone rang. It was surveillance. Their voice was calm, almost too calm, but there was a strange tension behind it. "Hey, did you see that?" I gripped the receiver tighter. Yeah. What the hell was that?" They laughed, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that puts you at ease. It was the kind of laugh that people use when they don't know how to explain something. It wasn't until weeks later that I thought that I should ask if they saved the footage so I could see it. But I already knew the answer. Back then, we still used old tapes, wiped every 2 weeks. If the tape wasn't flagged, it was already gone. Even now, though, I wish I could see that video. to prove it wasn't all in my head. Maybe it's better that I didn't. Some things are easier to leave unanswered and just keep mysterious. Definitely a what the hell moment, though. One that I still think about, especially at night. For a very short time, I lived in a haunted house, which was my family's house. I was raised by my maternal grandparents, my mom still going away to college when she had me. My grandfather built the house for my grandmother back in the 60s. He acquired many of the materials from a hospital that had burnt down. Nothing ever happened in the house until my husband and I were ready to move out after I received an inheritance from my grandparents. The house was big, 36 by 40, and had a finished basement with a bachelor. My husband and I had the first level, while my great-aunt, grandfather's sister, lived in the bachelor in the basement. Our living room was just above her bed. Because it was an open space, the dining room area was above her living room. One night, my husband and I were watching television, and we were hearing humming. We obviously thought that it was my great-aunt because the voice sounded exactly like hers. Then, not long after, I heard my name. Often, when my great-aunt had something to tell me or wanted to ask something, she would come to the basement entrance, which was below the kitchen, and I could hear her very well. I answered, nothing. My husband asked me to call her again. Nothing. Then, when I was about to sit on the couch, I hear my name a second time. I went downstairs. I knocked on her door. Nothing. I was worried. I thought maybe she had fallen down or something. Nothing. Her door was locked. She only locked her door when she left. I climbed up the stairs and decided to see out the kitchen window, the one that overviewed the driveway. And like I suspected, no cars except my husband's. Just before I was about to let him know, he said, "Hey, isn't tonight her bingo night?" We heard more humming, but not my name. When my great-aunt was back, I asked her if she sang or called me, and of course she answered no. I was out playing bingo. I left around 4. This happened between 7 and 10 p.m. No one else in the house. Nothing was malicious, but because I had never lived in a haunted place, it was enough to have my curiosity piqued. And I won't lie, I would love to have another experience as such. But if I never do, I'll surely never forget this one. Bakersfield locals know the Padre Hotel well. It's a landmark, a place where people go to enjoy dinner, drinks, and sometimes something else entirely. One night I was there taking photos. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. I live in town, so visiting the Padre for dinner felt routine. Being a wedding photographer, I'd spent a lot of time there. The building itself is elegant, with polished floors, refined decor, and a sense of old-world charm. But something about it also felt off. Couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, but the more that you're there, the more you realize something else is too. Perhaps it was the occasional flicker of the lights, or the way the temperature seemed to drop the deeper into the restaurant you went. The Padre Hotel had seen its fair share of tragedy. In the 1950s, a devastating fire swept through the upper floors, claiming the lives of several families, most of them children. The memory of that night lingers in every hallway, in every corner. The hotel staff has tried, time and time again, to erase the signs of what happened. In one particular area of the restaurant, a child's handprint, small and smudged, it keeps reappearing on the wall. They've scrubbed it, painted over it, yet no matter what they do, it always returns, like the child's trying to remind us they never left. After dinner this night, I took a casual photo of the wall with the infamous handprint. It wasn't until I got home and examined the picture that my stomach turned. There, beside the handprint, was a shadowy figure. It was faint but unmistakable, a hazy outline of a person standing right next to it, watching. And that's when the stories that I'd heard about the Padre Hotel began to surface in my mind. Paranormal investigators had flocked to this place for years. Many claimed it to be one of the most active locations they'd ever encountered. Some spoke of a man who drowned mysteriously in his bathtub. Others whispered about a man who had leapt from the hotel's roof in an act of desperation and despair. Each death left a mark, like a stain on the soul of the hotel that no amount of renovation could wash away. And the strange happenings continue to this day. Water faucets turn on by themselves, and electrical malfunctions are commonplace, especially in rooms where guests have reported feeling watched. Bartenders speak of glasses sliding across the bar before crashing to the floor, and many have seen shadow figures darting out of the corner of their eyes, only to disappear when they look directly. Ever since the photo incident, I find myself incredibly curious every time I pass the Padre. I can't help but wonder what or who is still lingering inside. I guess I agree that the hotel is alive, not just with the hustle and bustle of guests, but with the spirits of former guests, ones refusing to be forgotten. I've believed in spirits, but I've never had my own experience, not until I moved into a 1930s cabin in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Lone Pico, if you're familiar with the area, it's the neighborhood where Jerry Garcia lost his finger as a child. The finger was never recovered, fun fact, but that's another story. The cabin was absolutely quaint, with a huge wraparound deck above the redwoods. Magical. We were immediately in love. The only creepy thing I noticed at first was that the laundry room or basement was only accessible by stairs outside of the house, meaning if you needed to wash at night, you had to go out in the pitch black darkness and down the stairs. Super creepy. To brighten the basement up, I strung a long string of fairy lights around, but due to the moisture, the batteries in the box corroded and I took them out. This is important for later in this story. My boyfriend at the time worked nights, so I was alone a lot. I would work on my computer in the living room, and fairly often, out of nowhere, I'd feel a presence standing in the hallway, watching me. Nothing was ever there, but it always came from that same place. One time, I dog-sat a cute old pup. The second his owner left the house, the dog started growling at the hallway and stood in front to protect me. I sort of smirked, thinking how strange, he senses it too. And he didn't know me at all, no reason to protect me, really. Jump to a week before the big occurrence. I felt the presence in the hallway again and decided to speak to it. I went in the hallway and was like, "Listen, dude, you can be here, but you can't scare me like this. It's creeping me out. If you want to show your presence, just don't scare me." A week later, Santa Cruz was hit with the worst winter storm in 30 years, and our power was out for a week. One night, the boyfriend and I decided to go into town for a few hours. Before we left, we went around and turned off all the battery-powered lights that we had turned on. It's pitch black at night with no power. I turned off my headlamp, twinkle lights around the windows, and boyfriend turned off his flashlight. Then we headed into town. Around midnight, we returned. As we pulled into the driveway, every window in our house was pulsing light. I was totally freaked out. My boyfriend assured me that we must have left a light on. As we entered the cabin, I saw that all the twinkly lights were on blinking mode. I yelled for him to turn them off. There was no way I left them on. But he brushed me off. Except then, I looked at my headlamp on the table. It was also on blinking mode. "Ghosts, ghosts," I yelled to him. And just as he was about to brush me off again, he entered the bedroom where his flashlight had been. He said, and brought the flashlight out. It was also on blink mode. I was excited for a little while, but eventually it wore off and I went to sleep. The next day, I forgot about it, and that evening I ventured down to the basement to do laundry. Remember how it's pitch black outside? As I approached the basement door, I gasped. From under the door, I saw blinking lights. I couldn't stop laughing, and I was in disbelief. I knew there were no batteries in that light box. I opened the door, and sure enough, my string lights were on blink mode, and there was no batteries in the box. All the connections still corroded with acid. The ghost did exactly what I had asked. It showed its presence in a way that didn't scare me. It was almost silly. I never felt him again in the house. Having been a nurse for 30 years, I've seen some things that I'm unable to explain. I always tried to find a logical or scientific answer for anything out of the ordinary, but sometimes that wasn't possible. One day, one of the nurses in the post-open heart surgical ICU where I worked went to draw some medication from the Pyxis machine. A Pyxis machine is an automated medication dispenser. You put in your code, the names of all the patients on your unit appear on the screen. You choose yours, and then it displays their meds, and you take them out. Simple. Who's taking care of Florence? The nurse asked all of us. Who? We said. We don't have a patient named Florence. I didn't think so. Her name's in our machine. Pharmacy must have screwed up and put her in here instead of where she really is. She called the pharmacy and informed them of their error. What are you talking about? The pharmacist asked. We have the master machine and we enter all of the names in the entire hospital. I'm looking at your machine and there's no one named Florence in your machine. Well, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at her name right now. If you don't believe me, then come up here yourself, the nurse told him, annoyed. He did. He couldn't explain it. He called the Pyxis company technician. He came to the hospital and didn't know what to make of it either. He said it was impossible to have a name show up in one machine and not appear in the master machine. After a week, her name disappeared on its own. The pharmacy insisted that they hadn't removed it. A month later, it happened again. As before, her name didn't show up in the master, but it did in ours. It stayed there for a while and then disappeared. After a few months of this, we began to see a pattern. Florence would stay in our Pyxis until 3 people died. Then she'd disappear. It didn't even need to be our patients. Any deaths in the hospital would do. But it was always 3. It reached a point that someone would go to the Pyxis and gasp, "Ladies, hang on to your patients. Florence is back." We would look around nervously. Some of us would even have conversations with the ceiling. "Stay away from my patient, Florence. Go find someone else to take." We used to joke that Florence was a celestial bus driver with a need to fill her big black bus with the dead. Once she had all of her passengers on board, she would drive them to their final destination. Florence, bus driver to the stars. We would hear a code blue called in the hospital and wait a reasonable amount of time, then page the nursing supervisor. "Did the code on 5 West make it?" we would ask. "No." "How many does Florence have now?" Everyone knew about our ghost. "That makes 2. 1 more and she'll leave us for a while." We tried to find out who our ghost was. We checked our records, and we knew that she'd never passed through our ICU. We were at a loss as to why she was targeting us, so to speak. Finally, one of the secretaries got an idea. "Let's look in the death book," she said. The death book was a ledger book, one in which we would handwrite the name of every patient who died in our ICU or in the operating room. It was a huge book with hundreds of pages of names, but sure enough, we found Florence in the death book. She had died a week before her first appearance in our Pyxis. The reason that we couldn't find any record of her was because she had never made it to our ICU. She was meant to, but she died during surgery on the OR table. We figured that she was haunting us because she wanted to come into the ICU and never got the chance. After almost a year, we decided to send our ghost away. So how does one get rid of a ghost? Exorcism? Seance? No. We planned to do what any group of science-based, educated, rational people would do. Throw a ghost-going-away party. More specifically, a go-towards-the-light party. On the anniversary of her death, we borrowed a CPR mannequin from the education department. We put her in a hospital gown, sat her at the head of our table in the kitchen, and placed a sign around her neck that said, "Hi, my name is Florence." Just chillin' before her party. We printed a huge banner saying, "Bon voyage, Florence. Have a safe trip to the afterlife." And we strung it up in the break room. Everyone brought food and we had a potluck. Within an hour, word had spread all over the hospital that our crazy open-heart ICU nurses were having a party for a ghost. People came from other units just to see if it was true. Like ethereal spirits themselves, young doctors appeared out of thin air, sniffing the scent of our cooking and salivating over the table, groaning with food. Baby docs were always scrounging for a free meal. We heard you were having a party. Do you have any extra food that we could, they said, trying not to look so hungry and desperate. Of course, there's plenty here, we told them as they loaded up their plates with baked ham, fried chicken, potato salad. They all ate hungrily and stared at the mannequin. "So, what's all that about?" they asked between bites. "That's Florence. She's our ghost. We threw her this going-away party so that she'll stop haunting us and gathering the souls of the dead to drive off in her bus," we told them, straight-faced. They glanced at each other warily. "Okay. Hey, is that key lime pie?" After our party, not a day went by that we didn't hold our breath when we accessed the Pyxis machine, searching for her name. She never reappeared. It seems all she wanted was a wake. Rest in peace, Florence. My family moved into our current house in 2012 after the elderly couple who had previously lived here had died within months of each other. Aside from superstition, all I knew about them was that they had left behind a middle-aged son who had sold us the house, and they'd also left various trinkets of theirs in the house. These included bottles of holy water, some ornaments, and a spoon with a teddy bear and the name Lucia engraved on it, probably a christening gift. The house was very old-fashioned. The wallpaper had been up for decades and the built-in furniture was rotting. This led to most of the rooms needing to be redecorated and rebuilt. This included the bathroom, which was originally the toilet in one room and the bath and sink in a separate room. I should also note that when you reach the top of the stairs, the bathroom door is directly on your left. One night when I went into the bathroom and shut the door behind me, next to the door stands a towel rack, and opposite that is a mirrored bathroom cabinet above the sink. The cabinet reflected a young girl from the shoulders up. It felt like a millisecond, but I saw her long enough to see that she had wavy, light blonde hair, was tall and skinny, and wearing a maroon blazer and tie. She was facing me, but had a nonchalant facial expression. Before I could turn to look at her, having realized that she would be standing next to me, her body in the mirror seemed to tilt backwards before she faded into nothingness. My mom was really spooked when I told her what I had seen, as she described a dream, one that involved a girl who matched the same description, running playfully down the stairs through the downstairs hallway. She said that every time the girl was about to reach the kitchen, this footage in her mind would go to static and then replay on a loop. My younger brother, who would have been about 7 at the time, stated a girl would come into his room, sit at the end of his bed, and sing. However, this may have just been him going along with the discussion, but who knows? Some other freaky occurrences were that people often saw a tall man in a suit and a top hat behind the car in the rearview mirror when reversing out of our driveway. The living room would also sometimes fill with the smell of cigar smoke. It would appear hazy, despite no one smoking. My mom also once attempted a house cleaning ritual involving burning a candle and saying a chant before it burned out. When my stepdad called her downstairs as the candle was almost burnt out, she felt her feet being pulled from beneath her, and something pushed her downstairs. By the time she reached the bottom, the candle had already burnt out. Thus, she never got to finish the ritual. We've described strange events to 3 different psychics, and without hearing any of the details, all 3 described similar stories of the previous owners having 2 children, including a daughter who had died from a neck injury from falling down the stairs when she was around 7. 2 of the psychics described the man as the girl's grandfather. He was trying to help her move on. Additionally, they all gave accounts of the girl while alive sitting inside the built-in wardrobe in my room during the night, and then going into my brother's room to talk to her brother. One said that the only way that she would leave is if we knocked out the built-in furniture in the room. I'm usually a skeptic when it comes to these kinds of things, but I don't doubt what I saw or the matching accounts of 3 different people. I should also note that since I knocked out my wardrobes about 3 years ago, there's been no additional occurrences. It was the summer. I was 24, about to cross that invisible line into 25, and life had that wide-open feel. I was working a seasonal job in Gardner, Montana, just outside the north gate of Yellowstone. The town was small and sleepy, nestled between rugged mountains and that endless sky. Tourists came and went, eager to experience the wild beauty of the park, but for me, it was just where I slept, ate, and worked. I'd rented a modest cabin for the season, rustic, nothing fancy, but it had its charms. At least that's what I thought at first. I remember that night vividly. The air was thick with the smell of pine as usual, but there was a faint sulfur smell, presumably from Yellowstone's geothermal springs, a smell that you never quite got used to. A smell that wasn't usually this strong. Normally, the sound of wind pushing through the trees and creaking the cabin was comforting, natural. But something about it felt wrong that night. The wind felt heavier, and I woke up suddenly, though I couldn't remember hearing any noises that could have disturbed me. My heart was pounding in my chest, as if I'd sprinted a mile. I blinked, trying to make sense of the dim room around me, and then I saw something. At first I thought that I was still dreaming, an old woman floating above my bed. She wasn't standing. She wasn't even hovering like you might picture a ghost would. Her body was stretched horizontally, parallel to mine, suspended mid-air. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible. And yet there she was, maybe 2 feet above me, her face pale, gaunt, and framed by thin, wispy hair that floated as if she was in water. I found that I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My body felt paralyzed, though I'm not sure if it was fear or something else keeping me still. Her eyes, they were the worst part. They were open, wide, staring directly into mine, dark and empty, but not blind. No, she was looking at me, seeing me. I wanted to scream, to close my eyes, to wake up and shake this nightmare away, but I couldn't. Time stretched out. Seconds felt like hours. And she just floated there, silent, watching. I could hear my breath shallow and rapid. It was the only sound in the room. For a moment, I thought I saw her lips twitch, like she was going to speak, but nothing came out. I didn't want to know what she had to say. I just wanted her to leave, to disappear, but she stayed. And then she disappeared. Slowly, she began to drift backwards. Her body receded into the far corner of the room, her form becoming more indistinct, like smoke dissolving into the air. But those eyes, those cold, dark eyes, never left mine, not until she vanished entirely. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body still frozen in place, and my mind racing, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Sleep paralysis, maybe. A waking dream. That had to be it. But deep down, I knew better. There was something else. Something I couldn't explain away so easily. The next morning, I tried to brush it off, but the memory clung to me. It was heavy and unsettling. I avoided looking at the corner of the room where she had disappeared. Something about that space felt different now. Darker. I packed my things and spent the rest of the season sleeping with the light on. It didn't help. It's been over 15 years since that night, and I still think about it, constantly. I never told anyone, not really. How could I? It sounded insane. But no matter how many times I replay it in my mind, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't a dream, that she was real in her own way, and that she wasn't just there by accident. Gardner is a strange place, perched on the edge of something wild and ancient. The locals talk about spirits, about the land being haunted by things older than we can understand. Maybe she was one of them, drawn to me for reasons I don't know. But whatever she was, wherever she came from, she left her mark. And I'll never forget her face. My grandparents lived on a large farm with a sprawling farmhouse, originally built in the early 1900s. During the holidays, we'd have big family gatherings with relatives coming from all over. And one night, the adults decided to go out, leaving my grandmother to watch the grandkids. This was in the mid-1980s. Once everyone was in bed, my grandmother settled into a recliner in the living room to watch TV. Not long after, she felt the distinct sensation that someone was watching her. She glanced towards the staircase and froze. Standing at the bottom of the stairs was a figure, a shadowy presence cloaked in a hood. At first, she thought that it was one of the parents, maybe heading upstairs to check on the kids. Without much thought, she said, "Don't worry, I'll go up and check on him." She stood, but when she looked again, the figure was gone. A chill ran through her, but she pushed it aside to make her way upstairs, deciding to check on everyone just in case. Room by room, she quietly looked in on the kids. When she reached my cousin's room, who was barely 18 months old, her heart sank. Through the dim glow of a nightlight, she could see my cousin struggling to breathe, pale, wheezing, and gasping intermittently. She had severe asthma and was in the throes of a dangerous attack. Panicking, my grandmother called 911, and soon my cousin was taken to the hospital, where she made a full recovery. But as my grandmother packed her up for transport, a disturbing realization hit her. There had been no one else in the house, no family members, no parents checking in, only her and the hooded figure. If the figure hadn't appeared, my cousin would have likely died that night. From that moment on, we came to call the apparition the Gray Lady. Although I was terrified of seeing her myself, I grew to believe that she was a protective spirit. Years later, we did some research on the history of the farmhouse. We discovered that a young girl had once died in a terrible accident. She'd caught her flannel nightgown on fire while holding an oil lantern. Panicking, she'd run down the stairs, the flames worsening with each step. We came to believe that the figure was the girl's mother, who might still come back, watching over the house and its children. There were other strange occurrences over the years, but this remains the most vivid and haunting experience of them all. My name is Addie, and today's the 10-year anniversary of my sobriety. To celebrate, I wanted to share a story that happened to me about 10 years ago. I was 26 and living in a temporary housing shelter with my friend Monet. To qualify for this housing, you must have no pets, drugs, or weapons on the property. Some of our friends actually said no to the free housing, each for their own personal reasons, most of them being narrowed down to animals or habits they couldn't get rid of or easily conceal. Monet and I had habits that for the most part were hidden very well. Our drugs of choice were alcohol and on occasion a little oxy. Since we snorted the drugs instead of smoking, we didn't have to worry about any suspicious smells either. We were set. It was easy to get past security. Most of the bums working there didn't really care enough to check us, or they felt some kind of way about frisking a woman's body. There was your occasional alpha security guard, usually an older asshole looking to exert his authority. We knew to spot them out, and we would either return clean or wait until their shift ended, which was a bitch most of the time because our plugs didn't like to be out and about in the daylight hours. And they didn't work every night, so we adaptable fiends scheduled our calendars to pick up on odd days, then measured out our stash to last us until the next security switch. The night this happened, it was one of those typical nights. Our plug was the same as always. He hooked us up and we got back to our tiny home, drew all the curtains down real low and salivated over the paper bag holding our belongings. We dig in. How I Met Your Mother is playing on the TV. Before the episode's over, Monet turns the TV off. The mattress where she sleeps sits on the floor almost eye level with me. My sleeping arrangement isn't much better. It's an air mattress that I'd blow up and deflate every day and night. It was better than the hardwood floor of the room, though. I heard a distant sniff in the room, but I decided I was too zonked to bother with more. Then it becomes quiet aside from the distant city traffic. I don't remember when our conversation stopped, but we must have nodded off one after the other. Okay, now, this part chokes me up every time I retell this, and I've only shared it with a few people because of the circumstances and just how heart-wrenching it was to see. When I told my therapist about it, she blamed it on the drugs I was taking. So did my sister when I told her. They, as well as probably most of you, couldn't fully comprehend what it was like. What I got high with wasn't known to give vivid hallucinations, and I'd never had something like this happen before. But later that night, I woke up. Monet's desk lamp was still on, and when I opened my eyes, I'm looking in the direction of her mattress, and I see that she's sitting in a squatted position, making motions with her hands like she's furiously digging a hole into her bedding. I'm like, "Girl, what are you doing?" Monet stops her digging and turns her head towards me. I'll never forget the expression she had on. She was panicking. She says, "Addie, I can't get back inside. I can't get back." Then she turns her focus back to the bed and keeps digging into the bedding. I'm groggy and trying to process what she said. I move my attention to what she's digging at, and I see Monet, lying there, eyes closed, tucked under the covers. Then, the Monet that was on top of the other one digging is suddenly gone. For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. I literally did the pinch test just to make sure that I was awake. When I confirmed that I was, I got up and went over to wake up Monet, but she wouldn't wake up. I shook her, shouting her name, but she was totally limp, her head rolling to the side, eyes shut, face pale. My stomach twisted. My heart started hammering in my chest. All I could think of was, she's dying. I can't lose her. Then, without even realizing what I'm doing, I move her onto her side to see if there's anything in her mouth. When it was clear, I laid her back down and I started CPR. I pressed my hands over her chest, pushed down hard, counting under my breath, trying to remember my fleeting training from almost 3 years prior. I was desperate to get her awake, to breathe. My mind kept flashing back to that image, her ghost or spirit or whatever I had just seen, clawing desperately, trying to get back into her body. "Come on, Monet," I kept whispering. "Come on, you're still here. You're not leaving me." I stopped compressions for only a moment as I fumbled for my phone with one hand and dialed 911. I set the phone down to continue compressions. Once the dispatcher answered, I choked out our location and said, "My friend, she's not breathing. She took something. I need help, please." I didn't even hear the response, just the assurance that help was coming. The seconds felt like hours, every beat of silence between my compressions stretching out as I wondered if I'd already lost her. My whole body was shaking, but I didn't stop. And then, just when I thought it was too late, she made this terrible, gasping sound, like she was fighting her way out of a nightmare. Her chest heaved. She took a shuddering breath, eyelids fluttering as she struggled to open them, relief crashing over me as I crumbled next to her, my vision blurry from the tears. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later. They loaded her onto a stretcher, asking me questions, but all I could do was nod, dazed, and follow them to the ambulance, my mind replaying everything I'd just seen. I didn't say a word about her spirit. Part of me didn't want to believe all of which I'd just seen. The next few days were a blur. Monet was kept for observation, and I spent hours at her bedside, barely leaving, not wanting to be anywhere else until I knew that she was okay. She was quiet, almost haunted, not meeting my eyes. I wondered if she remembered any of it. Then, a few nights later, when things had calmed down a little, she looked at me and said, "Addie, while I was out, I had the scariest, craziest dream. It didn't feel like a dream, though. It was like I was watching myself from above. I kept trying to get back inside my body, clawing, screaming, trying to make myself breathe, but I couldn't. I could feel you, though. You were pulling me back." She paused, her eyes wide and scared. It felt like I was trapped, like I was so close, but no matter what I did, I couldn't break through. Her words hit me like a punch to my gut. It was exactly what I'd seen, the desperate look in her eyes, the way she'd clawed at the bedding, trying to get back to herself. It had been real as the night itself. I saw you, Monet," I finally admitted. "I saw you on top of yourself, like a ghost or something, digging, trying to get back in. That's what made me get up and help you." Neither of us said anything for a while. We just sat there, staring at each other, knowing that we'd shared something that no one else could ever understand. Whatever had happened that night had gone beyond anything I'd ever believed possible. It was enough to get me sober. I actually checked myself into rehab, which is something I had never seen myself doing. Today, 10 years later, I've made it through a decade of sobriety, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that night. Monet and I didn't get sober together. Believe it or not, that experience didn't shake her enough. She'd continue to struggle for the better part of a year. After she got clean, we started talking a lot more, and though we've both moved on, each in our own way, we know that moment saved us, both of us in different ways. Because for me, Once you've stood at the edge, when you've seen someone you love clawing their way back from death, it changes you. It should change you. In 2011, my friend's sister Mira joined an engineering college with on-campus hostels for both boys and girls. Mira was assigned a room on the second floor of the girls' hostel, Building C, with a roommate named Santa. The room was intended for 3 people, but for reasons unknown, the third bed and cupboard remained empty from the day Mira moved in. The first week went uneventfully. Classes, assignments, and exploring the new city kept them both pretty busy, but things took a strange turn in the second week when Santa started acting oddly. She began staying up all night and sleeping through the day, barely speaking even when awake. As time went on, her behavior became more unsettling, and Mira rarely saw her during daylight hours. One night, Mira was jolted awake. The lights in the room were on, and there at her desk sat Santa. Her hair hung loosely around her face, and an open book lay upside down in front of her. Something about her posture was deeply unnerving. Mira called Santa's name softly at first. Santa? There was no response. She called again, louder. Santa? Still, no reaction. By the 4th call, almost shouting, Santa finally looked up. What Mira saw made her freeze. Santa's eyes were wide open, bloodshot and unblinking. Her expression blank. She leaned forward and whispered, "Sleep." Terrified, Mira pulled the covers over herself and lay there, heart pounding, all the way till dawn. The next day, as soon as her lectures were over, Mira rushed to the warden's office to request a room change. When the warden asked her why, Mira hesitated and then mentioned how unsettling her experiences with Santa had been. She saw the warden's face go pale. "Mira," she said slowly, "no one else was ever assigned to that room with you. From day one, you were meant to be alone." Mira never saw Santa again. Have you ever had to watch someone mentally break? Allow me to start from the top. My Aunt Dora married a guy named Riley. She met him working tables at the casinos. Riley was considered a high roller for the casino, and he took interest in Dora. They fell in love and got married incredibly fast. The family hadn't met Riley more than a few times, but Dora seemed truly happy. She'd been swept off her feet by a nice, normal-looking man, so the family didn't push too much on the subject. She moves in with him and nobody hears from her for months. Her Facebook details trips and excursions that she and Riley were on around the world. It was a life Dora never knew. I was happy for her, and I lived vicariously through her photos. When she came to visit, I listened to her and my mom catch up on their time apart. While they're talking, Dora mentions that she enjoys being gone so much because she hates being at Riley's alone. She says that freaky stuff always happens there. Like what? My mom asks. Dora looks down at me, then back up at my mom, and she says, "I've seen a ghost there. Not just once, but multiple times. Same ghost." She tells us that this ghost is in their garage. Riley has 3 cars parked in there, and she can see a woman walking behind them. When the lights get turned on, or a flashlight gets pointed in her direction, she ducks down and crawls out of sight. Dora stopped giving chase because she could never find the woman the previous times that she tried. And this is how she determined ghost. Hearing her say that all really scared me. My mom told me that ghosts weren't real, but Auntie Dora's seen one. When she left our house that night, I asked my mom about it, and the reply she gave me was unexpected, and it wasn't what she said, it was how she said it that made me take note. Her voice was hesitant, She chose the words she was going to say to me very carefully. Dora's under a lot of stress. I waited for more, but my mom's face told me that she herself was trying to make sense of it, puzzled and sad. From what I know, their relationship was not the ideal sister-sister friendship, and Riley felt like the wedge that might finally divide them. I didn't, but my mom knew Riley was abusive. Dora would lie about anything not to put him in a bad light. As a kid, though, I did notice that Dora's visits became more frequent. I really liked having her over, and I know deep down my mom enjoyed having her little sister around more, even though she would never admit it. She would swing by our house at least once a week, sometimes more, and along with her visits, she'd often have another story about the girl in the garage. In the span of maybe 2 months, Dora's opinion of the ghost woman had changed. She was no longer creeped out by her. She started believing the ghost needed something from her. Dora would try communicating with the figure, entering the garage with the lights off. Windows in the garage make it not completely dark inside. Dora told us that she sat in the dark and asked it questions. A few responses could have been associated with some bumps and tinks, but she didn't hear a vocal confirmation or see it manifest. If we are to consider those bumps to be answers, Dora said the spirit in the garage is a female who was murdered, and help. How can I help? Isn't a yes or no question, but the bumps stopped when Riley's car started rolling up the driveway. Dora didn't want Riley to know that she was trying to talk to ghosts in his garage, so she ran back into the house before the automatic garage doors started rolling up. Dora's story takes a segue that I was asked to leave the room for. When Riley came home that night, he expected Dora to be asleep. She didn't even realize how late it was until she ran back into the kitchen and saw that it was almost midnight. Riley leaves work, 8 o'clock at the latest, but recently he'd been coming home late. He'd given Dora a million excuses, including a sick cousin that had been visiting. That night he was supposed to be coming home from the children's hospital, but when Dora greets his entrance with a hug, he's surprised to say the least, and Dora can't help but notice Riley smells like liquor and another woman's perfume. He has scratches on his shoulders and chest, and his clothes are disheveled, belt unbuckled, shirt untucked. She called him out, and of course he denied it with another elaborate excuse that she was willing to believe. I think it was something like his nephew had a seizure in the hospital and started thrashing around. He was the only one strong enough to hold him down, and so he took most of the damage. The excuse was a landmine that Dora chose to avoid. A week passes, and when Dora visits us again, the stories are back to her ghost relationship, so I'm allowed to stay in the room. She's continued to try to talk to the ghost without anything discernible coming back. Then, behind the glow of dusk, a silhouette formed in the shape of a woman. More than a silhouette, though, because Dora could describe what this woman looked like. Red hair, thin face, wearing a blue blouse. She appeared standing on top of one of the cars furthest in the back. She looked at Dora, and Dora could see the shape of her iris outlined by the white in her eyes. Then she stepped off the car and disappeared into the darkness of the garage. Dora said it felt like the room froze over, and she had to go back inside the house. Dora's usually telling me these stories at the table, while my mom walks around pretending to tidy things up to not show interest, and in her words, enable Dora's distractions from the real turmoil going on in her house. In Mom's metaphor, Dora's fallen on more of Riley's landmines than she's avoided. I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. I was a child, so there wouldn't have been much I could have done regardless, but I believed Dora when she told us she fell off the couch and hit her arm on the coffee table. I did that last week playing with my Barbies. I understood where Dora was coming from. Though my bruise didn't resemble a handprint, I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Thankfully, my mom was smarter and constantly begging Dora to leave Riley, to live with us, but she couldn't do it. As an adult, I'm remembering Dora had a lot of confidence issues. Daddy issues. I know my mom and Dora's father, Huey, I think. Huey wasn't in their lives, besides stopping in to borrow money from my grandma and to kiss his daughters. Dora's next visit is in the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep, but I listen through the bedroom door as she tells my mom about how she found out Riley was cheating on her. Real evidence, like a girl's underwear in his car and handcuffs. They were lying on the passenger seat of his car. She didn't even need to search. Right when he pulled into the garage that night, she got into the passenger seat of his car and asked him to drive her to the store. He wasn't able to stash it away. Dora loses it. She gets out of the car and starts crying and yelling at Riley, who's still in the car. He tries to lighten the blow by telling Dora that they're only hookers. He doesn't love them like he loves her. She spits on him through the passenger's open door, then slams it. He put the car in reverse and peeled out of the garage. Dora then grabbed her car keys and drove to our house. Dora stays the night that night, but leaves in the morning before I wake up. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She also shows up again, trying her best to smile and have a sister night with my mom. I remember I already knew what was really going on, even though I shouldn't have, but still, I decided to give them some natural space. Then Dora stayed another night, and then sooner or later, she's living in my mom's yoga room, decorating it with her own style. Months go by. Our living situation is just fine, but out of nowhere, the cops show up to our house looking for Dora. They ask when's the last time she's seen Riley. That question brought the feelings and emotions back up to the surface, and Dora told the police all that entailed his departure. One of the police officers pulls out a photo and shows it to Dora. It's too high for me to see, but when both sisters cupped their hands over their mouths, I could only assume that it was something bad in that photo that they'd tell me about later, hopefully. I hated waiting for stuff as a kid, but I knew that it would have been in bad taste for them to call me over to gawk at some photos. What the police showed Dora and my mom were a crime scene photo, one that they'd taken at the motel in the next county over. Riley's interactions with females of the night went further than just sex. He was killing them. They had evidence of 3 that they could link to him. But this photo isn't of Riley's last victim. It's of Riley. He's deceased, naked, in a crouching position between the bed and the wall. He was shot to death. The woman Riley picked up that night hadn't lived in the area that long. It's a dangerous occupation. She didn't have a group. She didn't have a pimp. But she did have a gun hidden in her purse. She almost set that purse down when she walked in, but something about Riley's energy made her hold on to it a bit longer, long enough for him to try and strangle her. Smart girl. Didn't reach for his hands. She reached for her purse. It was 7 a.m. We were all standing there listening to this cop talk. This is when I saw my Aunt Dora mentally break. My mother's mouth was wide open when the cops started talking. The last emotional jolt I saw Dora display was her reaction to the picture. After that, her face was stoic, flattened with expression, like she'd been bored with what the police officer had to say. When they left, Dora stayed one more night and left the next morning before me and my mom were awake. Within, I'd say, 9 days of this whole thing, Dora used all of her savings and moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. She lives in an apartment and works at a bar. I'm pretty sure my mom said she doesn't even go by Dora anymore. My aunt did the Great American Escape. Although it was for such extreme reasons, it's nice that she took that leap into a new life. Optimism. In 2015, I sold a haunted house in the Bay Area of California. After 58 years and it affecting 3 generations with countless times of failed efforts to rid of it or cleanse it from whatever was there, I finally sold it. This all began with a Christmas gift of a spirit board gone terribly wrong in the hands of a very inexperienced 8-year-old child. That child was me. So I guess it's only fitting that I be the one that was able to sell it. we regularly had our names called out in that home, sounding like people that we knew. It wasn't just that. It was also having someone sit on our bed, something that escalated to being laid on and held down. Mirrors were a nightmare, as we always saw someone or something walking past, which would mean that whatever it was had to be at least 5 feet off the ground. It was tall, taller than we were as children, and especially taller than us as children. In our living room, anything near an antique mirror that was hanging would shatter. First we'd hear the crackle sound, and then pow. Vases, old collectibles, 60s ashtrays that are heavy and thick, and picture frame glass, all different variations of size and strength. They would all break. We heard parties happening in our backyard with lots of people talking, laughing, moving the yard furniture, and playing music. Some nights it was difficult to get any sleep, and the motion sensor lights would go on and off all night. However, if I looked outside, every sound would stop, and nothing would have been disturbed. As a teenager, I started yelling from my bed out of the window to shut up. I'm trying to sleep. And it actually worked. Over the years, the activity only increased, though. Friends complained about someone or something following them home. This was coming from people who had no idea about my little spirit board incident. These were people that knew nothing about the history of my childhood. A couple of friends had come over while we had a 1940s chalk figurine, one that levitated in a china cabinet. It was the 70s, so no pictures, but 8 witnesses. There really is just so much to unpack here, from having whatever this is follow me to wherever I've lived, and with more activity and too many experiences to print here, it started to affect my kids and then my grandkids. It followed my granddaughter and lived in the tree outside of her second-story window, and before moving out, we learned its name. I bound it to the land itself by using its name. However, it's not the only thing to come through. When I removed the antique mirror last, because I didn't want it broken, the 2 brokers that I'd sold it to were present. Behind the mirror and on the wall were the shadow of 2 people looking out. This was the last property that they'd flipped, and it sat empty for almost 2 years, which is a huge loss of money. I'd like to share more, but my internet connection keeps cutting out. So that's all for now. I'm 18 and just finished my senior year. A lumber company recently bought some land behind my house and clear-cut the woods. When they left, we discovered an old cemetery about a half-mile back. There's maybe a dozen graves, the most recent being from 1864. The headstones were all faded and covered with overgrowth to the point that most of them were unreadable. Since I wasn't busy with school, I decided to clean them off and get a few tips from YouTube. Apparently, there's entire channels dedicated to people restoring random old tombstones. Go figure. My friend and girlfriend came to help on the last day. We didn't get out there until late afternoon, so we were just finishing the last 2 as the sun was going down. While we were packing up, Leela screamed because she saw a dark silhouette moving between the graves. We shined our flashlights all over the area, but nothing was there. And then as we were driving away, we all saw someone run behind the gravestone and disappear. They just never came out on the other side, and it wasn't very big. A person shouldn't have been able to hide behind it. Leela was too freaked out to return, but Dylan and I went back the next day to look around. We both tried to hide behind the same grave, but it wasn't big enough to cover either of us. And Dylan is pretty small. The figure that we saw was definitely my size or bigger. Even if someone laid flat, we should still be able to see them. I had to know if it was a ghost or a trespasser, so we went back again the next night, sat in the truck with the lights off. The moon gave us just enough light to make out our surroundings, and we brought a spotlight just in case.
I'm sure ghost hunting is fun when you're walking around a huge cemetery or an abandoned psych ward, but when you're just waiting in a truck, it's pretty dull. About 30 minutes in, we were both ready to leave, but we agreed to stay at least an hour, for science. That's when Dylan decided he couldn't wait to pee, and he stepped out. I told him, do not piss near the graves. It's like the first rule of graveyards. I wanted to see a ghost, not piss one off. I shouldn't have said anything, because that just gave Dylan the idea to expedite the hunt. He walked right up to the big headstone and did his business all over the front of it. Then he stumbled forward, screamed for the light, and began turning in circles like he was looking for someone. I got the light on him, but there was nothing else around. When he came back to the truck, he was pale and shaking. I've known Dylan since kindergarten, and he's the worst liar I've ever met. There's no way that he put on an act that convincing. He said someone pushed him from behind, but it stung. I looked at his back, and there were faint red scratch marks right in the middle of his shoulder blades. He was never out of my sight. Nobody was behind him, at least no one that we could see. He wanted to leave right then, but I convinced him to stay for an extra half hour. I mean, that's what we came for, isn't it? A few minutes later, we started to hear a noise, like someone was tapping their fingers on the side of the truck. I got the light, but as soon as I turned it toward the sound, it stopped. Nothing was there. I turned it off again, but the tapping never resumed, and Dylan wasn't willing to stay a single extra minute past the deadline. I turned on the high beams and started to reverse out of there, but when I looked into the rearview mirror, it was my turn to scream. There was a man in my back seat. He was dressed like an Amish person. There was no skin to the left side of his face. Suddenly, ghost hunting was no longer a sport I wanted to participate in. I jumped out of the truck, shined my flashlight into the back seat, but it was empty. Dylan saw nothing, but he screamed and got out too. Once I explained, we had a short debate over whether it was the best idea to drive back or walk, but walking through the dark fields seemed worse. After an extremely thorough inspection, I drove us back without glancing into the mirrors. We haven't been back to that graveyard, but I think that ghost guy followed Dylan home. He's had things in his room fall off shelves. His keys get moved, and he's seen someone walk past his door while being home alone. This week, when I saw him, he had more scratches on his back. He doesn't remember getting them, just that they were there when he woke up. I know this makes me sound horrible, but part of me's just so relieved that nothing followed me home. I mean, to be fair, I told him not to piss on the graves.
Working in border towns, there's a lot of highways and ranches, and at night it gets dark. I'm talking about the type of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. So one night I'm driving along the highway, and the only source of light is the one coming from my high beams, so I don't mistakenly run over any animals. About 150 meters in front of me, I see a man run across the highway and jump into the ranch. Next, I pull over to the area that I had last seen the man, and I turn on my flashlight to scan the area. While looking, all that I was thinking was it smelled horrible, like something had died. I brushed it off as normal because there's all types of wildlife and things to die. After about 5 minutes of scanning, I'd seen the man laying down with his hoodie covering his head, hiding behind some bushes. I identify myself as law enforcement and command him in English and Spanish to stand up because I see him, but he doesn't budge an inch. I get a little closer to the man, grab his shoulder, and turn him around. And that's when I jumped and gasped in disbelief because the man was deceased, very deceased. When the coroner arrived, they said the man had been dead for nearly a day or two. So there's no way that he had died when I'd seen him cross the road. This ultimately led me to believe that the man's spirit wanted me to find his body, and he did. I don't think he wanted to be unidentified or missing any longer. I, along with several other people that I've worked with, have had unexplained experiences. One in particular sticks in my mind. One afternoon, we had an old couple in a nicer neighborhood die. It was a murder-suicide. The husband had terminal cancer, and the wife was bad off with dementia. He laid her down on some plastic in the living room and shot her and then himself. He left a note, but it was kind of rambling and hard to make anything out of it. Several months and a cleanup later, a young couple bought the house at a really cheap price. It had sat on the market for about 9 months, so they came in low and got the house. About 3 weeks later, the wife called in the middle of the night, saying that someone was in the house upstairs. We all show up, clear the house, and find nothing. Both parents and both children all said the same story. They saw a dark figure walk from the hallway into a room. The same thing happened every night for the rest of the week. It got to the point where the entire family wouldn't go upstairs, and the lights stayed on 24/7. Eventually, the family got tired of living in fear, so they went to stay with a family for a bit. They asked that we keep an eye on the house, which in all honesty, we'd already been doing because who wouldn't want to see a ghost, right? They gave us access to their house, permission to enter if necessary. Late one night, I was driving by, hopped out of my car to check on things when I saw someone walk by the upstairs window, and then the light in that room turned off. I called up my partner, and we made entry into the house. The feeling inside was awful. You knew something wasn't right. The air just felt depressed. Kind of like the feeling you get at a funeral home, but times 10. We searched downstairs and made sure that nobody could come in or out. We weren't real happy about going upstairs, but it was our job, so we did it. Let me tell you, upstairs felt disgusting and oppressive. Imagine how it feels when you're in a swimming pool. You try to run or move quickly through the water, but it's really restrictive, so you can't. That's the best way to describe the feeling. All of a sudden, the same room whose light I saw turn off, turned back on. Creepy. We went into the room and nothing. As a matter of fact, not a single person was in the whole house. This was years before body cameras were a thing. So a lot of us made it a common practice to carry pocket-sized digital recorders in our pockets to protect ourselves and offer as evidence should we need to. On reviewing our recording, we could hear talking that wasn't either my partner or I. Our voices were easily discernible, and the other voice definitely wasn't ours. Nor was it really loud enough or clear enough to make out what it was saying. But it was obvious that it was there. It would have been like if someone was in another room talking, and you could pick up the conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Neither of us heard the talking when we were there in person. Made your hair stand on end, gave you chills to hear it. To this day, it vividly stands out in my mind, even though that was very early on in my career. When I was a kid, my mom worked as an ICU nurse. My dad was in the Navy, so I spent a lot of time coloring at the charge nurse's desk when we couldn't find a babysitter. The charge nurse was named Debbie, and she was always very understanding about our situation. She and my mom became close friends over the years that they worked together. Of course, everyone loved Debbie. People say that she was the sweetest woman to ever walk the earth. That the way she cared for her patients was inspiring. She treated them like family, and when she lost one, she retreated to a faraway corner to cry her eyes out. If someone didn't have visitors for whatever reason, she would sit with them on her breaks and stay after her shift. She worked at the hospital for 32 years, even after she was diagnosed with cancer in '93. When she physically couldn't keep going, they fixed her up in the hospital, and all the nurses took turns visiting her. Coworkers and patients were the only family she had left, and they wanted to make sure she wasn't alone in the end. A few weeks after she passed, a mother came into the ICU with her 2 children. They'd been in a car wreck and had all received severe injuries. Sadly, neither of the kids survived. When the mother woke from surgery and learned the news, my mom and one of the other nurses retreated to the crying corner. As they got close, they could hear someone else was already there, sobbing. It sounded just like Debbie. But when they made it to the spot, no one was there. It was basically a supply closet without a door. There was no other way out, yet the room was empty. My mom said she's seen too many things not to believe in ghosts, so that was enough for her to be certain that Debbie's spirit was still with them. But her friend and the other nurses would need more convincing. Over the next 2 years, almost every doctor and nurse heard the crying at least once. It happened every time a particularly tragic death occurred, and, well, it was a hospital, so we're talking about not a rare occurrence. I wish I knew what's been happening in more recent years, but that's when we moved away. There wasn't much in the way of social media at the time, but then, if you moved across the country, you just never saw your old friends again. Strange concept, I know. Well, whatever happened there, I hope Debbie's at peace. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule, that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. When I was little, I saw spirits often, and I communicated with them too, and it used to terrify my parents when my imaginary friend, Galen,
would tell me things that no 3-year-old should have known. I realized when I was probably 5 or 6 that I could see things other people couldn't, and it didn't bother me until one night in particular. And it was after that night that I somehow closed off the part of me that was open to seeing things. When I got a little bit older, I let my guard down a bit and started seeing again, but infrequently. Now I'll tell you what happened. I woke up during the night because I heard what I can only describe as a whispered, evil laugh. I was about 11 years old, and it was the only time I've ever experienced sleep paralysis. At first I thought someone in my family was playing a joke on me and had snuck into my room. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I couldn't move, and I felt suddenly claustrophobic. I was trapped in my body. I could see out of the corner of my eye a figure coming towards my bed. It was made of darkness, and I don't know what else to say to describe it, because still, 20 years later, I'm utterly terrified by what I saw. If I wrote it down, I'd have a sleepless night and nightmares. What I will say, though, is that the thing was not from this planet, and it never was. It came from hell itself, I can only assume. And don't ask me how I know that. I just do. Eventually, I think I passed out from fear, and when I woke up the next morning, I didn't tell a soul. When something bothers me like that, I have the tendency to stop speaking for a few days. I know I went mute for about a week. Whatever that thing was, and why it sought me out, I'll never know. But I felt, and I feel, scarred, tainted by the memory of that night. Imagine someone touched your very soul and left an ugly black mark on it. That's how deeply affected by that experience I am. And that's the first time I've ever told anyone about it. I had worked as a hospice nurse that sent me to this old hospital about 30 miles from where I had lived at the time. It was clean, but looked just like you'd step back into the 1950s. It was in a farming community, and at one time had delivered babies. My patient was passing late one night, and I got there at about 3 a.m. As I was walking to her room, I saw an older man with overalls and a plaid shirt, looking like he was lost. I asked if I could help him. He turned his back and just dissolved into the air. It scared the heck out of me. When I got to the nursing station, one of the nurses saw that I was deadly pale. She started laughing and yelled at the aides that I had seen old Henry. They laughed and then got serious. They told me that when the man was alive, his daughter went into labor, but things went wrong, and her and the baby died. When they had called her father, Henry, he'd been in such a hurry to get to the hospital that he'd been in a car wreck, and he and his wife were also killed. They told me that everyone sees him, but it's usually before someone passes away. The nurses then showed me a baby doll, one that they would put out into the room that's now abandoned. It was the delivery room. She said the only other time Henry comes out is when they put the baby out. I thought the story was so sad. To have your soul stuck on Earth, looking for your dead daughter and grandbaby. And sure enough, my little patient passed at 8 a.m. So, they were right about Henry showing up before someone passed. I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a 2-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff,
You'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend, with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that's stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. My ex-wife worked as a night nurse at an old folks' home in a quiet corner of Dunedin, New Zealand. After a while, she came home telling me about nocturnal disturbances they had been having there, which caused them to eventually call the police. Apparently, there were always people shuffling around the building's grounds at night. She could see them standing there at 1 or 2 a.m., looking out over the grounds. At first, she thought a confused resident had perhaps gotten up and gone out to the garden. So she went, checking on all the rooms, but found everybody was in their beds. When she went outside to check, nobody was there. The police also never found anybody. What really got me, though, was how coolly she took it. As a long-time nurse with many years of experience, it seemed normal to her that there was a bit of paranormal going on in places where people died. To her, ghosts came through the hospital like medication cabinets and cleaning utensils. It was just normal, I guess. I worked at a nursing home for about 8 years. I came in for my shift one day and was informed that a resident on hospice care would likely be passing away during my shift. I was not on her floor, but the floor across from hers. There were 2 other girls who would be working with her that were both newly hired. I was told that the resident was afraid of dying and did not want to be alone. She had expressed this extensively to the staff. Her son had been with her all day, but that evening he went to get some dinner. During his absence, I saw one of the new girls running up the hall in distress. "Something's wrong with MJ," she said, speaking of the resident. I replied in my most calm manner to explain what was going on as I followed her to MJ's room. "She isn't responding, and her head is tipped to the side. She's got something coming out of her mouth," she exclaimed. Sure enough, MJ was sitting upright, her head cocked to the side. Her chest rose and fell laboriously, like a fish out of water. I went and stood behind her, cradling her head next to mine. I wrapped my arms around her. Both girls were scared and speaking loudly. "She's dying," they exclaimed. I shushed them and said everything was going to be all right. I asked them to get some supplies so that we could get MJ comfortable, mostly to just get them out of the room. I knew I had to be the rock, the one to call up order in the chaos. I knew MJ was close to drawing her last breath, and I knew that she was terrified of being alone. I held her in my arms and sang to her softly. I told her that everything would be all right. I said it over and over again until I could no longer feel her chest rise and fall. It was just MJ and I in that room, and now I was alone with a vessel that had once held her spirit. When the girls returned with clean linens, we carefully changed MJ, and the three of us worked together to lift her into her bed. I remember the odd feeling of holding her lifeless body, her slack limbs, and how the muscle no longer supported any of her joints. I felt I couldn't allow her head to fall backward, that even in death, it was vital to keep her supported. Her son had returned and was waiting outside of the room. I knew I had to prepare her perfectly. The memory of seeing your dead loved one is a core memory, one that you'll never forget. No one ever wants to see their loved one's dead, lifeless body. That's never, ever anything anyone wants. I had to ensure that this tender moment was portrayed with as much dignity as possible. I combed her hair, pulled the sheets up, made sure that there weren't any wrinkles in the bedding. I rested her hands on her chest and used a damp washcloth to close her eyes. When I was sure MJ looked as peaceful as possible, I opened the door and allowed him to begin his grieving process. I've never held someone as they transitioned from one life to the next. As sad as it was, I'm so glad that I could be there for her, that I could comfort her, help her let go, know that she was being cared for. I felt a deep welling in my own heart that I had done something good. I had shared with someone something that no other person was able to do in that moment. I held her while she died. I went to bed that night with a feeling of peace. At some point, I began to dream, and I want to say it was early morning when I felt the presence. The vision in my dream was a chamber of light, gold flecks, and taking on no shape recognizable. Her presence stood beside the head of the bed. She had been there all along, and now I could see her golden aura. In my dreams, I heard her feminine voice. She said, "Thank you," and slowly faded away. I could feel her spirit ascend this earth, and I knew in my heart that MJ had made a point to tell me what I did had truly comforted her. I actually have several stories of my time working as a pharmacist at the hospital pharmacy. This particular pharmacy was in the basement, and I also used to work third shift. To be fair, third shift in the basement with the emergency lights on, only that is creepy enough, but I always felt like I was being watched or followed too. It started one night when I was gathering IV supplies to take back to the pharmacy for preparation of the next day. Something kept kicking my cart, knocking the supplies off. So I started brick stacking them so that they were more stable and bringing the bins with me so that the supplies wouldn't fall off the cart. This one night I gathered up the supplies, brought them back to our IV room and started putting them away when the cart goes flying across the room, scattering everything. Then, from the bins where I was placing the new supplies, things start just flying straight out of there, at me. Not from the top, not from the middle of the stacks. From the bottom, 1-liter bags of NS flying at my head. After about the 10th bag, I just yelled, "Enough," and it stopped. I picked up what had fell and I started rearranging things when I saw that the cart that I was working from was rolling back towards me. It stopped right at my waist, and I swear on my life, the bags still on the cart moved so slowly and deliberately back into their brick pattern. I was stunned. So after this event and several weeks of similar encounters, one night I finally just said, "Look, I don't care that you follow me, but I'm super busy, and I can't handle your shenanigans. If you're going to be my shadow, at least help me out." For the rest of the night, every time I went to push the elevator button, it illuminated in front of me. These were service elevators, not the kind in the lobby with multiple buttons. After that, anytime I lost something, be it a pen, marker, stamp with my initials, bag of medicines, It always reappeared on this certain spot on a shelf in our compounding area. I rarely used that area on third shift, but I swear, all I had to do was ask where it was, and within 10 minutes it would be in the exact same spot, every time. I left that hospital after 2 years, and on my way home after my last shift, something that happened that to this day I think saved my life. I was leaving as the sun was coming up. I was driving home. My radio shut off unexpectedly. It was a 2013 Focus, and this had never happened. So as I'm messing with the controls, in a split second, the sun hit me in the face. The radio came on blaring, which scared me, and I slammed on my brakes. When I looked up, I was inches away from this SUV, stopped in the middle of the road, hazards flashing. I immediately look up in my rearview mirror expecting someone to almost be hitting me, and I caught the slightest glimpse of this boy in my back seat, who then vanished on a double take. Though I only saw him for a second, his image is forever in my memory. He was dusty looking. He had sandy hair and an old bowl-cut style, button-up shirt, cloth pants, biggest grin on his face, sitting perfectly in the middle of my back seat. That was the last time I ever saw or felt his presence. In the 90s, I waited tables at a popular seafood restaurant. One day, my boss hired a new busboy named, swear to God, Petroni. Everyone called him Roni. Roni was from Chicago and was really a decent guy. He moved to our town because of a girl, and he'd got dumped 6 weeks later. Kind of a cliche story. But he was only 23. He didn't know better yet. He came into the restaurant just wanting to make enough money for a plane ticket home. He was only supposed to be there for a few weeks, tops. Then he met Trinity, a 44-year-old woman with a heavy drug addiction and a history of violence. Somehow they hit it off, and the next thing you know, Roni isn't in such a rush to get home. Suddenly, it's a year later, and they're living in a shotgun house downtown. Roni went from being a pothead to doing all the hard stuff with Trinity. They had to deal on the side just to support their habit, and they were always getting their lights turned off for not paying their bills. For a while, Ronnie's parents would send him money, but when they got suspicious about his drug usage, they cut him off. They still offered to buy him a plane ticket, but he couldn't have any more cash. I bought them dog food all the time just to make sure their puppy wasn't starving too. Trinity had been pretty bad off since she started working at the restaurant. We'd never seen a healthy version of her, but it was incredibly sad to watch Roni waste away, knowing how healthy and vibrant he'd been just a year before. Eventually, the inevitable happened. He got stabbed and told the police that it was a random mugging, but we always wondered if Trinity had stabbed him or if it was over a drug deal. No one was ever arrested, no surprise there. Thankfully, he survived, but he lost his gallbladder. That was the wake-up call he needed to go home. He flew back to Chicago as soon as he was well enough to travel, and we never heard from him again. No social media back then. In 2010, Trinity's body was found in a ditch. Her clothes were removed, and she'd been strangled. She was still working for the restaurant at the time, and a mutual friend told me that the police didn't come down to question any of them. When they asked about the investigation, they were told not to get their hopes up. Trinity was well known and greatly disliked by the police, so they never even put effort into finding her killer. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I primarily use these boards under a different account with vastly different types of posts. This one, though, I thought it touched on a personal level, so I gotta remain anonymous. But right now, I'm desperate for any input from fellow educators or child therapy specialists on how to go about handling a child's unique problem. The start of the year is in full force. I have a class of 15 truly wonderful children. Let's call one of them DJ. DJ is 5. His birth parents are out of the picture. Mom's addicted and dad's deceased. Thankfully, his grandparents have stepped in to take care of him. There's no worry about abuse or fetal alcohol syndrome or other traumas. He's still too young to really understand the family situation. He calls them Oma and Opa. At the beginning of the year, the grandmother, Oma, approached me and dropped a pretty heavy bomb. Opa had lung cancer. It progressed fast, and literally the second week of September, he passed. DJ was out for a few days after that, but returned to class the following Thursday. He was somber, but his friends were able to cheer him up towards the end of the day, and I was so grateful to give Grandma a smiling kid to buckle up that afternoon. The next week was as normal as could be given the circumstances, but the next Friday, September 20th, I think, I asked the kids what their weekend plans would be. 14 children tell me they're either going to the park or soccer or the movies, and then it's DJ's turn to tell me, "Me and Oma are going monster hunting." I asked what that means. "Teachers, get your thinking caps on because you're going to be tested at the end of this. How should I respond?" With the confidence of this information being common knowledge, DJ explains, "There's been something whistling and knocking on his window at night, but every time he opens the curtains, there's no one outside." I tell him, "The wind likes to whistle a tune every now and then." He says, "No, it sounds like Opa." And he tells me that he gets scared when it wakes him up. He doesn't like when Opa knocks on the window. I asked if he's told Oma. "Yes," he replies. "She's heard it too. And that's why they're going monster hunting that weekend." All I can say is, "Wow, you'll have to tell me what you caught on Monday. Like, how do you respond to that?" In an attempt to get a non-child perspective on the situation, I pull Oma aside at the end of the day and ask her about the monster hunting excursion she and DJ will be going on this weekend. Oma tells me, yeah, she thinks Opa's death opened up a portal in their house and it got haunted. Apparently he died at home and she's been seeing shadow people ever since. She says, "Did DJ tell you about the whistling? I've heard it with my own ears." Their monster hunt was going to be a walk around the backyard with flashlights and crosses, something to put DJ's mind at ease. Today's Tuesday, October 1st, and he still periodically talks about being woken up by things going bump in the night. In his own way, he explained to me the shadow figures that hide in the top corner of his room. It sounds like their paranormal problems stayed the same or have gotten worse. I've reached out to the counselors, but where would any diagnostic procedure realistically fit? Is it a mental health disorder if the grandmother's seeing and hearing the exact same things? What therapist would fit here? This blurs the lines of my mandated reporter duty as well, but don't worry. I called CPS just to ask because I'm constantly paranoid. I waited 20 minutes to make a report, but even they didn't know what to do. They made a note on the file, but that's it. So, the question's in your hands. I'd be so grateful to hear your input. Enlighten me with your knowledge because I'm stumped like the giving tree. Thanks. So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem, and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me, as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction, and it showed my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? I've never really had a scary encounter with anything paranormal, but I was friends with the ghosts at my parents' grocery store. We lived in a small town. It's pretty generous to call that tiny building a grocery store, but we loved it. My parents have since upgraded, but I'll always have a special fondness for that building. When I was 14, my parents often had me restock the shelves after closing. My dad always joked about having a ghost, but I never took him seriously. Then one day, I was on a stepladder and accidentally bumped my cart, sending it rolling just out of my reach. I jokingly said, "Hey, if there's a ghost in here, can you push that back over?" The cart had been completely still when I said that, but then it slowly inched back, gently bumping the ladder. I couldn't believe it, like that wasn't really a ghost, right? But I said thanks anyway. When it was time to move the ladder down, I left the cart where it was and asked the ghost to push it again. Just like before, it rolled to me, nice and easy. I did the same thing with the rest of the inventory and talked to the ghost while I worked. I told it my name, who my friends were, stuff that was going on at school. When I was finished restocking, I grabbed a can of raviolis and laid it on the floor. The plan was to ask the ghost questions, have it roll the can forward for yes or backwards for no. Unfortunately, it didn't move that night, but it worked a few weeks later. Maybe she was still getting to know me. She didn't answer many questions in a single night, but this was a 2-year relationship. I eventually learned that she was 12 years old, had died in a car accident right outside our store. The rest of her family survived. It happened sometime in the 70s. I once asked if she liked my family because we reminded her of her own, and she said yes. She also had a brother, so maybe I reminded her of him. I never saw her appear in physical form, but there were a few times I thought I heard her call my name. Then, when my grandmother passed away, I swear I felt her squeeze my shoulder while I was crying. When I eventually had to tell her my parents bought a bigger building, several cans went flying off the shelf. It was the only time I'd ever seen her angry. Hell, I was angry too. I asked if she could come with us, but she said no. Whether she really couldn't or just didn't want to, I'll never know. I tried going to see her in the years before I graduated, but she didn't communicate with me anymore. Once I moved away for college, I tried to put it behind me, but now it's more than 15 years later, and I still think often about her. I hope she made new friends over the years. I moved back into my house after having my ex legally evicted. He left the house trashed, literal piles of trash, holes in the wall, carpet beyond repair. Was working full-time and came home and cleaned for hours every night. Lying in bed, no other human being in the house, I heard 5 footsteps coming down the hall. Over the course of a few weeks, I additionally heard keys dropping on the counter, and then his recliner kicked back. There was no recliner in the house. My dog and cat heard it too. The cat would hide. The dog would give one low growl. We heard this over the course of weeks, once or twice a week. It always stopped with the sound of the recliner. And then it got worse. I fully believe that people can see and hear imaginary things due to stress, being tired, whatever. But I don't believe that that's true for dogs and cats. I'm in bed. Footsteps, keys, recliner. Then, the water in the master bathroom started running. My cat flew under the bed. My dog went into full war dog mode. Every hair on her body was up. She stood on the bed, barking, growling, licking her lips. She was ready to eat whoever was in the bathroom. Then the water stopped. The house was silent. That big, thick, heavy silence. Ears straining for any sound. I stayed still, frozen, waiting for someone to come out, but no one ever did. Eventually, my dog laid down, but kept staring at the bathroom door. There was no way that I could sleep. I psyched myself up and opened the door. No one was in there. I touched the sink and it was dry. There's no part of that event that could possibly happen. No way did I imagine the sounds because my cat and dog heard it too. There's no way the sink could be dry because we heard the water running. There's just no way. There is no way. It still blows my mind. None of it should have happened, but it did. This is a true story. My mother's mother, Isabel, was born in London in 1887, right around the time of Jack the Ripper. Her father, Henry, a British soldier, fought in the Boer Wars of Africa from 1898 to 1902, and later in World War I from 1914 until he was injured in 1921. Following the war, he moved to Bradford, Ontario, Canada, where he married. Tragically, his wife died in childbirth with my uncle Sidney, leaving Henry as a single father in need of a wife to care for his son. Meanwhile, Isabella was working as a barmaid in London, doing her best to find stability in the aftermath of the war. In 1919, she saw an ad that Henry had placed for a mail-order bride and decided a new start in Canada might be just what she needed. By then, she was 32, considered a spinster by the day's standards, and was ready for a change. Isabel moved to Canada, married Henry, and in 1921, my mother Iris was born. Isabel went on to live in the same house in Brantford until she passed away in 1985. And that's when things started to get strange. While Isabel was in the hospital, my cousin Les was staying at her house to watch over the place. The night she passed, his dog began staring intently at an empty spot in the living room, the fur on his back bristling. Suddenly, the dog bolted for the front door, scratching to get out. As soon as Les opened the door, the dog took off, racing back to Les's home, several blocks away. It's just interesting. My grandmother never allowed animals in her home. It was as if the dog somehow knew he shouldn't be there. Then, they discovered that all the clocks in the house had stopped at the exact time that she died. In the weeks that followed, odd things began happening. Items in the house would be mysteriously rearranged, and other strange occurrences that unsettled the family. Then one day, Les was on the front porch when he noticed an elderly woman slowly making her way down the block. She moved in a strange, halting manner. She'd take a few steps, stop, stand for a while, then repeat. Les watched her, feeling an unshakable sense of unease. When she reached the house, she stopped directly in front of it, as if she were drawn there. Concerned, Les went down to check on her, offered her a seat on the porch. She seemed dazed, so he left her in one of the chairs while he went inside to fetch a glass of water. Just then, my Aunt Poppy arrived. As she walked up to the porch, she froze in shock. The woman was sitting in my grandmother's favorite chair, dressed in her favorite dress. Stunned, they called the authorities, who identified the woman as a resident of a nursing home miles away. She had Alzheimer's, and she wandered off that day, somehow finding her way to my grandmother's house. It wasn't a direct route either, yet she had still arrived, the very place that Isabel had called home. The eerie coincidence didn't end there. A few days earlier, my aunt had donated a batch of Isabel's clothing to the nursing home. The woman just happened to be wearing my grandmother's dress. After that strange encounter, the paranormal activity in the house stopped. It was as if Isabel had finally received a farewell message through this mysterious visitor. It remains one of my favorite stories about my grandmother, Isabel. And one day, I'll tell you the one about my father's mother, Vera. So I used to work in this half-shut-down hospital. The original hospital had closed. However, the hospital I worked for had just bought it for a satellite emergency room. Being how no one wanted or knew to come to us the first few months, they were pretty boring. The doctor was an advocate for ghost hunting and would send me down the old places on my night shift. One night I had the radar and I went to the back room. I was just going to go for my cigarette break. I had one out and was about to finish up and walk outside. In the pitch black dark, all I heard was, "Don't smoke." I looked down at my hand, then my unlit cigarette, and booked it. I couldn't believe it. I have since quit smoking, 5 or 6 years now.
This story takes place in Sussex County, Delaware. This morning I dropped my father off at work. At the time, I thought it was strange that we hadn't seen any deer in or around the road, because the area surrounding the mill that he works at was usually swarming with them. There's no hunting allowed there, and there's no large natural predators for them to fear, really. Skipping ahead, after leaving the mill I dropped my father off at, I rode the winding road out, and to my left there's a massive field with 2 grain silos bordering its edge. On the leftmost side of the silo, there was a creature, about 50 yards out in the field. It was the size of a large dog. It had no visible ears, no tail. I couldn't make out any eyes or facial features. It had a relatively short muzzle. Its rear legs were longer than its front legs, making it almost slant downwards. It was black and seemingly non-reflective, almost giving me the feeling as though I was staring into a creature-shaped void. It was trotting along the field, but the way it moved was all wrong. It stepped first with its rear legs, and then the front, and the rear legs sort of flexed, as if they were wet noodles, which made me think that it was an injured dog at first, but it moved very quickly. I only saw the creature for 20 seconds or so, but I'm still shaken up. It's all I can think of, and I feel very unsettled and disturbed. What could this be? In 2009, I moved into a Victorian railway cottage in London, which was built around the 1890s, 1900s. I moved with my daughter and partner, and the event happened within weeks of us settling in. It's a 3-bedroom house, with all the bedrooms situated on the first floor. It was a November evening when my daughter was upstairs on her bunk bed, and I was sitting in our living room, watching TV. It was just us 2 in the house. My partner was at work. There was nothing eerie leading up to this moment that I could remember, but all of a sudden, I heard, really close to my ear, a guttural growl. It was really loud, but felt located right next to my ear, as if it was only meant to be heard by me in that one ear. It didn't echo. It was just located right next to my head. As soon as I heard that growl, my daughter, who was around 9 at the time, screamed from her room. I ran up the stairs, but it was as if I was being pushed up there. Maybe it was because of my speed or because of my panic, but when I got to her room, she was crying. I asked her what had happened, as she replied that she heard a growl in her ear. As you can imagine, we were absolutely freaked out. I wasn't able to retell the experience for a long time, and only in the past year or so had I mentioned it to my daughter, but she has no memory of the event. I'm a believer and think that this was something demonic. I would have been skeptical had it just been me that heard it, but my daughter's reaction was enough to make me realize that this was the real deal. I was wondering if anyone could provide me with an explanation as to why my daughter does not remember the event. It traumatized me so much, I wish I could forget about it. This happened several years ago when my family first moved to Oregon. I was 13 at the time, so too young to really do any work and not enough chores to give me the money I needed for video games. And that's when I decided to canvass the neighborhood, see if anybody needed yard work, gardening, stuff like that. And that's when I met Lorna. Lorna was an old woman who lived across the street. She was really old and really nice. She had a sweet garden, but couldn't really take care of it herself, so I was the perfect friend for her. The routine was always the same. I'd get home from school, she'd be sitting on her porch, and I would water her flowers. On the weekends, I'd mow her lawn. I remember it was just a normal Saturday, and I had to go to Lorna's house to do her lawn. I went over there and I knocked on the door. Nobody answered. Sometimes she was in the backyard, so I decided to go there, and I saw her gardening in the back. It was just her side profile, But either way, I was sort of surprised. I'd never seen her actually gardening or getting down low like that. I didn't think she could. "Hey, Lorna, don't get carried away there or you won't need me anymore," I said jokingly. But she didn't say anything. I thought maybe she couldn't hear me, so I got closer. As I did, she turned her head to look at me. It was Lorna, but she just looked different. She wasn't smiling. She didn't look happy. Her eyes, they just sort of looked empty. For an unexplained reason, I just felt uncomfortable. So I asked her if she needed my help. She just shook her head no, turned away from me, and kept gardening. Confused, I just sort of walked home. But as I got to the sidewalk to cross the street, I heard a familiar voice. It was Lorna. She was sitting on her porch. I noticed that she wasn't wearing whatever she was just wearing before. So I asked her, "Did you change your clothes?" I remember her saying something like that was a silly question. Why would I ask that? I told her, I said, "I just saw you in the backyard." She looked really confused. I told her, "I saw someone that looked like you in the backyard." This did not help her confusion. "You don't have, like, another gardener or something, do you?" I was asking this seriously, but she laughed, telling me of course not, that I'm the only gardener that she'd ever hire. And then she asked if I was going to mow the lawn. I was super confused. Hadn't we just had this discussion? What was going on? I truly had no idea, but I just agreed, "Yeah, I'll mow your lawn." And so I did. I know it's not exactly paranormal, but it's always stuck with me as the strangest thing I've ever experienced. And it just feels like there's something more there. Something I'm missing. I don't know. What do you think? There was a time when I was 10 years old. I walked up to my mother, and I told her I feel more connected to Satan than I do to God. Now, I don't remember saying this at all, because even at 10, I knew that Satan was the bad guy. I knew not to mess with him. At the time, my mother thought it was because of the paranormal movies I'd been watching, and that I'd gotten the idea from those. She told me I wasn't allowed to watch those kinds of movies anymore, and I got visibly upset. When I turned 14, I went to my mate's house. She wanted to watch a paranormal movie that had finally come out on DVD. When she put it on, I didn't look at the case before she played it. The movie was The Conjuring. I'd heard a lot of stuff about it, that it was the scariest movie out there at the time, so I was a bit scared to watch it. As the movie was playing, we stopped it because I 100% thought I heard someone upstairs. I didn't hear it again, so I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was her brother. Halfway through the movie, the noise persisted. I looked at her and I said, "Your brother is very noisy." She looked at me with a scared look. She told me that we were the only ones home. We paused the movie and thought we should investigate. We started walking up the stairs, and it sounded like there was someone running in her dad's study. She was too scared to open it, so I did. As I opened the door, I saw a black figure run past the door. I ran down the stairs and out the door. This was the first time my demon had ever shown itself to me in any way. When I saw it, I had a big dark feeling consume me. A feeling that if I didn't get out of that house, I was going to be hurt. I messaged my mom to come pick me up. She didn't ask any questions. She just came and took me home. When I went to bed that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Then I looked over at my door, And when I tell you I felt happy, I really felt happy. I saw my little brother who had passed. Then I saw my pop. He had big, beautiful white wings with a gorgeous white glow around him. At that moment, I thought my pop, who was buried in our garden, was an angel in heaven. I felt that my demon was also there. But my pop was standing guard so that it couldn't get in. It felt like he had a protective shield out, just around my room. All of my stress and worries were gone for the night. And I got the best sleep I'd ever gotten, at least in a long time. I woke up and I thought that he had left completely, and I got scared that my demon was coming for me now. But as soon as I felt scared and unsafe, my pop wrapped his wings around me to let me know he was still there. This was in 2014, and it's now 2021. On the 12th of May, he showed himself again because I needed him. And sometimes I still feel him, like when I've gotten myself into shit with a bad spirit or demon, which tends to happen a lot. When I was 14, I had a strange encounter that still puzzles me to this day. My parents are divorced, and on the weekends, I'd sometimes go to my mother's place. The house that she lived in was converted into several small apartments. It was a creepy old farmhouse. The house itself was at least 150 years old. My mom told me off and on of strange sounds she'd been hearing and seeing things in the corner of her eyes, feelings of being watched. This one particular evening when I spent the night, I brought my N64 because my mom would go to bed early and I'd still be up for a few more hours. I still remember to this day what game I was playing. WWF No Mercy. I was sitting crisscross on the floor, playing the story mode. I just finished a mission in the game and set down the controller to the left, behind me. Directly behind me was a recliner. I'll never forget what I saw next. I went to grab the controller and saw what appeared to be a hoof, like a horse, next to the controller on the floor. Insects and blood were coming out of the sliver that separated the hoof. I slowly glanced up, and this demonic figure was staring back at me. It leaned down towards me. Its face got down in my face, and it grinned the most evil smile. The eyes were pure black, full of hatred and rage, and a red face. It was a one-winged creature. Blood was dripping from the tips of its jagged, sharp teeth. It was so surreal. I immediately went into a panic attack and blacked out. I learned later that it was part of that fight or flight response. Several seconds later, I came to, laying on the floor and could barely move. The demonic figure in the chair was laughing at me. It was as if my fear and energy had been sucked dry. I lost all strength. It was frightening. I can't put into words just how bad it was. I did all I could to crawl away from it while clenching my chest. My body was shaking uncontrollably from fear and panic. When I looked over my shoulder, I could still see it laughing at me. My mother's room was a mere 15 feet away from the TV, yet it seemed like forever crawling there. I finally made it to my mom's room and woke her up. I couldn't speak or stand up for quite some time after witnessing what I'd just gone through. After I woke her up, we talked and she believed me. She told me that her and her boyfriend had seen the same thing weeks earlier, but didn't want to scare me. I don't know what to make of it all, and I still think of it to this day. I have no doubt that demons and angels are real, and believe me, the last thing you ever want to encounter is a demon smiling in your face. I don't care if you believe me or not, but when 3 people see the same thing on different occasions, different locations, either we're all crazy or something was wrong with that old farmhouse. My mom has since moved, and thankfully, we haven't encountered that thing again. As some of you may know, I've had a previous experience at 1315 Wood Avenue. It's an ongoing, twice-a-night patrol check for my security company. The first check, just before midnight, 10/14/20. While finishing a zone check in the old North End neighborhoods, my dispatcher comes over. Rolling my eyes, I copied the traffic, but continued to 1315 Wood Avenue. Upon rolling up, a man in his 50s in a robe and pajamas ran up to the car with a cell phone in hand. "Thank you, he just arrived," said the man. I looked at him with a little confusion. I texted my dispatcher while the man began explaining the reason for his call. As the dispatcher confirmed that the next-door homeowner had called about suspicious activity and a noise complaint, the neighbor stated, "I know the home's empty at the moment, but I've been hearing odd noises for the last hour. When I looked outside, I saw someone moving around out of the light. Then a minute later, I hear a bang." I pulled out my light and I asked if he saw any defining features, to which he shook his head no. "All right, sir, well, I'll take a look and see if I can find anyone. Go ahead and head back inside your house," I said while shining my flashlight on the porch. As normal, the front of the house had construction materials near the entryways, and a lawn gnome being cleaned and restored. So I went around the back gate, which is a requirement of the home check anyways. Once in the back, I noticed that it was somehow darker than the last time when I was on patrol a few weeks back, which was unnerving as most of the trees had dumped all the leaves, so lights from the neighbors' backyards should have lit it up. I checked the rear doors to make sure the padlocks were still in place. As normal, the home was boarded up tightly, with no opening it without a key. So I checked the carriage house. Since the last time I was on this patrol route, a door with a padlock was placed at the threshold to the stairs going to the second floor of the carriage house, and a warning written in marker saying, "Trespassers will be charged." I double-checked the first floor before exiting, while informing my dispatcher that no one appeared to be on the property. I took some photos. Before looking at them, I heard footsteps on the catwalk at the top of the fire stairs on the main house. I looked over to see an inky black figure with no visible features. I hopped over the gate at the base of the stairs and feverishly climbed up, disregarding the warning sign at the base. When at the top, I pulled my light again and released the hood of my holster, but no person. I walked to the far end, carefully watching my step as the metal catwalk swayed with every movement. But like the ground-level doors, the doors and windows up there were locked. I came down and lit a cigarette and began writing a report for the service call. After finishing the report and still having a few drags left on my smoke, I finally looked at my pictures. On the bottom floor window of the carriage house, I saw a face. In fact, it was the same discolored, distorted face I saw the last time I was on this patrol, that briefly peered out at me from the upper floor of the main house. Excited but a little bit freaked out, I went back to the front where I snapped another photo. In reality, I wish I'd recorded a video. In the photo of the front, I saw a moving shadow at the window I had seen the face in last time. The figure waved in and out like it was cast from a silhouette of a person being illuminated by a candle. But as quickly as I saw it, it faded. Pleased, I returned to my cruiser and cleared the property. The second check, 2:11 a.m., 10:15:20. After conducting normal checks, I took a little extra time on the property. I started using a ghost hunting app to see if I could receive a spirit voice. But before pushing start, I didn't think of the fact that my phone's audio is connected through my radio's earwig. The crackling was ear-piercingly loud. I started with the question, "Are there spirits here?" And I received the answer I wanted, followed by questions that were answered like, "Is James Burns speaking to me?" And, "Do you walk these grounds?" I finally asked my final question of the night. "James Ferguson Burns, can I see you?" Within a few seconds, it responded. See the picture. I have no doubt anymore that the first owner of this home still inhabits this property. Now that he's identified himself, I will greet him whenever I arrive and bid him farewell before leaving. So this happened a couple of nights ago. Me and my friend were drinking and doing farm kid stuff. It was around 3 a.m., and we were pretty drunk at this point. My friend went inside and left me and her dog outside so she could go to the bathroom. My friend and her mom live on about 3.5 acres of property with lots of trees around it. And well, I needed to pee. So I was like, hey, to hell with it. I'll piss behind the tree. While I was doing my business, and my friend's dog's hackles go up, she takes off running towards the trees, growling and barking. I call her over and over again, and she's still growling and barking. But then all of a sudden, she lets out this whine and comes running back with her tail between her legs. I pull her to the door into the light, and when I look back, I see something white running on all fours across the property. It didn't notice me, and I acted like I didn't see it, but I pulled the dog inside and went to bed. My friend's window faces where the thing ran, and I didn't sleep much that night. I heard heavy breathing at some point, but acted like I was still asleep. I don't know what me and the dog saw, but it wasn't human. And it scared us both because she wouldn't even go near where we saw the thing. What did we see? These experiences made me stop working the night shift. When I worked as a personal support worker on the night shift at a long-term care home, I had a resident ring a bell at 2:59 a.m. I went in and asked her what she needed, and she proceeded to yell that there was a man in her bathroom and that I needed to get him out. We had people who would wander into other rooms, so I asked her what the man looked like, and she said that he was a black figure and he had no face. I calmed her down and then told whoever was in the bathroom that they had to leave her alone. I then went back to my charting around 3:10. I had another call bell ring, but from the other side of the floor, from where the first bell went off. I went into this resident's room. This particular resident would ask for pain meds around this time, and I asked if he needed meds. He told me, and I quote, "There's a creepy man in my room with no face. You need to get him out." My blood ran cold, and I had a nurse stay with me on the floor for the rest of my night shift. So yeah, when I worked the night shift, all sorts of fun stuff would happen. I'd bring wheelchairs out for cleaning after everyone was in bed, and I'd walk down the hall 20 minutes later when it was time to clean them, and they would be on the opposite end of the hall from where I'd pulled them out. Pens would disappear, lights would flicker, the usual creepy stuff. Please keep in mind, I'm alone in these stories. No one could be playing tricks on me. Not to mention, I worked on a locked dementia ward. There once was a man in the last room on the first floor. The room always had to be dark. The curtains closed. He refused care and was all around a very unpleasant individual. We'll fast forward to last year. He passes away, and we transferred a lady, for the purpose of the story we'll call her E, from the 3rd floor. So E moved to the 1st floor from the 3rd floor. And then we noticed a change in her behavior. She went from being this sweet but spunky lady to just a total shut-in. She was grumpy, violent, and anxious all the time. She then somehow fell and broke her hip. So I was assigned as a one-on-one with her to make sure she got the care she needed. She demanded that I sit beside her and hold her hand the entire time I was there. If I got up to do anything, she would scream. I got up to ask the nurse for some pain meds, and she grabbed my arm and said, "Please don't leave me, don't leave me. There's something in this room and it's trying to kill me." This happened every time I would go in. So a couple of weeks later, I was taken off the one-on-one, and the day after I was taken off, she passed away. So after E, we had a new lady move in. We'll call her M. M was a sweet lady. She always took her meds, never refused care, and was all around lovely. Except for when it was nighttime, and she had to go to bed. She would resist care and cause a fit. One night, after she got settled, I came in for her brief change, and the nurse came in with me to give M her meds. I was cleaning up in the washroom and I heard M ask the nurse the most chilling question. "Am I going to die soon?" The nurse, of course, said, "Oh God, no. Why do you ask, M?" And she responded with, "Because at night, the man and the lady in my room tell me that I am." I left the room with the nurse after that, and she was pale as a ghost. I asked the nurse if she was okay, and she said, "I had a dream last night that E was sitting at the end of my bed, laughing and teasing the new lady in her room." I never told this story to anyone until now. I stay in an area of North Carolina that back in the early 1800s had the biggest sawmill in the United States at the time. The town of Elizabethtown now sits on the grounds of that sawmill. To the north is Bladen Lake State Forest. There's a creek there called Turnbull Creek, named after the Indian chief that laid claim to the land there. My grandfather told me Chief Turnbull struck a deal with the sawmill and allowed them to cut the trees, except in one area where many of their ancestors were laid to rest. The story goes that the loggers began cutting, and for years there was no problems that had come between the loggers and the tribe, until the day they cut on the sacred land. A battle broke out, and in the end, the tribe was slaughtered, all except the chief. It was said he cursed the land and swore to protect it forever. It was said he changed into black smoke, as dark as coal, and in it were two bright red eyes, like fire. A story when told in detail would scare any kid from venturing off into those woods, except me and my then best friend. In my younger years, I loved to explore, so naturally those woods made a great place to have adventures and for discovery. The creek always gave me relief from hot summer days. The cool water fed by springs so cold that even in the heat it would give you goosebumps. I used to think that there was gold in that water for the glittery flakes you would find all over your skin after a dip in the tea-colored waters. You always had to be careful of where you took a swim because cottonmouths, water moccasins, and rattlesnakes enjoyed the banks. The forest around it was loaded with wildlife: deer, black bear, raccoons, and squirrels. They could be seen on a daily basis. Sometimes, if you were lucky, you'd find an arrowhead or a railroad spike from the old logging rail that went down the side of the creek. The old dirt road to the creek was a good hour walk from the neighborhood. I remember one spot on the road was always cold, even in the summer. So cold, in fact, that we would run as fast as we could through it. Sometimes it felt like the temperature would drop from 99 to 50 degrees, right there. Eventually, I got curious as to why. Maybe it was another creek that nobody knew about, or a pond filled with fish, or maybe something else. Whatever it was, I was going to find out. In June, me and my best friend set out to find out. My grandfather told us not to, and he told me the story of Chief Turnbull. I wrote it off as an old tale to scare kids, and set off into the woods anyways. I never believed in ghost stories. This one wasn't going to scare me either. I told my best friend to be prepared for my grandfather to try to scare us, and off we went. I remember walking forever through those woods and never finding anything. So we decided to follow the cold air and see where it went. After some time had passed, we came upon a thick area in the woods. Thorny vines and thick underbrush was everywhere. The cold air was coming from the inside of this thicket. We found what we thought was a deer trail, and crawling on our hands and knees, we made our way through it. It felt like 100 feet we crawled before everything cleared. No trees, no brush, just tall grass and mounds of dirt scattered about. And the air was freezing cold. The whole clearing was surrounded by the thicket like a ring. The air was misty, like a light morning fog. In the middle of the clearing was what looked like smoke from a campfire. It was a dark smoke, and in it looked like a person standing there. All I could see was the outline of a body, but when it turned around, I saw the eyes, bright red like fire. It moved towards us, quicker than we could react. When we did react, we moved like lightning had struck our feet. I never knew a person could run on all fours, but we did that day, right back through the thicket. So fast, it seemed like a flash. Behind us, we could hear something stomping through the woods like a charging bear, and people whispering in our ears. We made it out of the thicket and never stopped running. We ran until the air warmed up and we couldn't breathe enough air in. I think it stopped chasing us long before we stopped running, because we didn't hear it anymore. But why not be a little safe and make sure? When we made it out of the woods, it was starting to get dark. No words were spoken on that walk home. Just two kids trying to make sense of what happened in their heads. We walked by his house, and then mine was a block away. I had to walk past my grandfather's house to get home. He was sitting on the front porch when I walked by. He asked me if I found what we were looking for, and I told him yes. He asked if I wanted to show him with a smile, in which I replied no. The next day, I went back to my grandfather's house. He told me how he did the same thing when he was little, how he saw the clearing and the mounds. He said it chased him out of there too. Them woods hide a many dark secret, and that was just one of them, I remember him saying. My best friend and I drifted apart after that. He never spoke to me about it, and I never spoke about it to him. He's now the chief of police in a town close by, and I work for an engineering firm, building roads and bridges. My stepson came to me not long ago and asked if we could ride that road one night and spotlight deer. I told him, go if you want to, but I wouldn't. Them woods hide a many dark secret. Some you don't want to discover. Sometimes I ride by that dirt road. Sometimes I will look down it. Sometimes I see a smoky figure standing there with glowing red eyes, looking back at me. When I do, I know Chief Turnbull is still there, and he's still protecting the sacred lands. He won't have to protect them from me, though. I'll never go back. Lately, I've been getting into the habit of reading the latest true ghost stories, before going to bed. Yesterday, my wife, seeing me absorbed in these stories before bed, asks me what I was reading. When I explain to her, she says, "It reminds me of the story I told you, the one when I was still in high school with my grandmother." I didn't remember her story at all, but she refreshed my memory, and after listening to the story, I asked her if I could share it here, which she accepted. So, some backstory. My wife and I are from the Horn of Africa, and a lot of things that I read are very present in our culture, whether it's men and women turning into hyenas at night, people living with spirits surrounding them, etc. I don't believe in these stories, not all of them, even though I myself have experienced some very strange things. So to tell my wife's story, I'm going to write it in first person because it's more convenient for me. So here it is. I was still in high school at the time. My grandmother often came to visit us at home. As usual, she often came to talk to my mother about things in general. I only remember that every Thursday, she held a kind of coffee ceremony with my mom, which is very common in our culture. Surprisingly, I never asked myself this question before traveling abroad, but it's true. Our coffee ceremonies, not only ours at home, but in our country in general, are very much like a kind of religious ritual. We roast the coffee, we light a lot of incense so the room is filled with smoke, and often we recite prayers. It is often said that it cleanses and purifies the home. That day, I stayed with my grandmother and mother in the room where they were holding the coffee ceremony. I listened to them talk, and out of tiredness, I started to doze off, my head resting right next to my grandmother. After a while, my mother and grandmother stopped talking, and I felt that something was happening around me. I was wide awake, but I didn't want to show it. I don't know why, but I pretended like I was still asleep. After a while, I heard my grandmother speaking, but it wasn't her. It was a very husky and masculine voice. My grandmother, or whoever had taken her place, greeted my mother. My mother replied with a lot of respect, but above all, a lot of naturalness. At that time, I had problems with my tonsils, and my mother was very worried. She asked the spirit if I was going to recover from my tonsil problems, and the spirit told her not to worry, that everything would be fine. It was strange, my mother addressing my grandmother in the plural, as if she was talking to several people. She spent at least 20 minutes asking all sorts of questions, which my grandmother answered. The spirits possessing my grandmother finally warned my mother that my grandmother was not doing as they commanded, and that this is why she was in poor health. They told my mother that my grandmother must never miss the Thursday coffee ceremony, or she would have to pay the consequences, which was her health, I guess. After 20 or 30 minutes, my grandmother came to her senses and asked my mother what they said. My mother told her that she had to follow what they told her to do in order to stay healthy. All the while, I was petrified and didn't want to show that I was awake. Okay, so that's my wife's story. And I was talking to my wife about this last night. I still say I don't believe in these stories in general, though it is amazing that stories like skinwalkers are so prevalent in our culture. It was common knowledge that a neighbor turned into a hyena some nights, and many other stories about people you meet every day but spend some nights in the middle of wild animals, or people living with spirits, even the spirits manifesting themselves in front of you, etc. Finally, to conclude, I think that what happened with the grandmother in question is a possession that we call czar in our country. Basically, some people live with spirits inside of them that give them orders in order to appease the spirits. For some spirits, it is to read Quranic or biblical verses every night. For others, it is to do coffee ceremonies every week. The most amazing thing about my wife's story is that it is completely integrated into the culture, and that people even seek advice from these spirits who possess people. By the way, the funny thing is that my mother is possessed by this type of spirit as well. For her, she also has to organize a coffee ceremony, but only once a year, when she makes an animal sacrifice, usually sheep or chicken, and she's dressed entirely in red from dawn to dusk. I know it's super weird, but I come from a very traditional country. For us, it is totally normal. So when I was about 9 or 10 years old, there was this old asylum tuberculosis hospital that was turned into a hotel. One night, me and my family were taking a trip to another state, but decided to stop for a night at that hotel. Well, once we got settled in our room, my older brother and I decided to stay in our room while our mom and stepdad went to dinner. My older brother was watching TV, and I was playing with my toys or something, when out of nowhere, we heard this loud, blood-chilling scream. It was coming from outside of our room. My brother bolted up and ran to see what it was, and when he opened the door, there was no one in the hall, though the people in the room in front of us also heard it as well. We thought maybe it was just them playing a joke on us. Not even 15 minutes later, we heard it again. This time, the people across from us went to go speak to the manager at the front desk. Just before my brother closed the door, we heard it again. It terrified me and my brother, and we decided to call our mom to see where she was. While he was on the phone with her, I was sitting on the bed when I saw a black shadow dart across our room towards the window before disappearing out of it. Later on in life, I learned that a former asylum patient had committed suicide by jumping out of the window. This was 2002. I was 13 at the time, and several members of my family were staying at the Four Seasons in Santa Barbara for a family reunion. Beautiful hotel. Most in the area are, but I was extra excited this year because normally we stay at the Super 8. Very different vibe. My little cousins were staying at the hotel, and me being the oldest cousin, I was in charge of keeping them entertained for a good part of the day. No complaints here. Between the pools, entertainment rooms, and just about everything else, I was exploring like a little kid too. At one point, my aunt came down to the pool and asked to relieve me of my duties. So I decided that I'd head back to my parents' room, order some room service, and take a nap. On my way back to the room, I couldn't help but notice that it was so quiet in the hotel. The large open lobby was empty, and I've never seen it that way. And the lighting seemed dimmer, hazier, if that's a word. It seemed like there was a layer of haze. It didn't feel like steam or smoke, though. I felt nothing, just an observable haze. I found myself walking around the lobby, peering at the front desk every once in a while, noting for the first time since we'd been there that nobody was present. I then paused in place. I swear I could hear something. Something fun was happening somewhere, far away. I saw a staircase off to the side, leading downstairs. As far as I knew, all the rooms and activities were upstairs, and none of them were like a party room. So I couldn't help but wonder what was down there. Without much thought, I just started walking in the direction that I heard the sound. As I got closer, I could hear the sounds of a party, celebration of sorts. Glasses clinking, laughter mixed with the hum of talking voices. Music was being played, and it sounded like a big band style music, or something old. So I kept following, only slightly wary of ascending down into the unknown. As I kept walking, I realized something. The music, the sounds, They weren't actually getting louder or quieter. As I ventured down the stairs, it just stayed the same volume, maintained the sound of a party behind some large closed doors or something. I reached the bottom of the stairs and looked for a light switch. The switch was one of those that had a slit in it. It looked like a switch except for the actual switch. Basically, you needed a key or something to turn the lights on. I could still hear the party, but I wondered what anyone could be doing down here in the dark. It wasn't pitch black where I was standing, but I wasn't willing to walk into the darkness alone. Besides, it was clear that there wasn't an actual party in there. Before heading back to the stairs, I stood and just listened. A distant party. Oh well. I started back up the stairs, and before reaching the top, I was greeted, or startled rather, by a man in business attire. He looked just as surprised to see me there. He asked me if I was turned around and if he could help. Without hesitating, I asked him what that sound was. We were silent. But this time, no music, no party. He looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, "I swear I heard music and a party." Before I could even finish my thought, he did. "Yes, exactly," I said. "No parties down here, not for a long time anyway. This used to be the ballroom. Now it's just home to my dusty office. Sorry, not that exciting." Okay. I smiled and eased past the guy to continue walking up the stairs. The lobby was filled with people. Multiple employees at the front desk, people standing in line, kids running, and parents telling them to stop. I even could notice the lighting difference. It was brighter, like it usually was. I wasn't exactly sure what the flip had just happened. It was weird, for sure, but I wasn't exactly scared by it. However, when I got back to my parents' room, they seemed upset, asking me where I had been. I was confused and told them that I was just getting back from the pool, that my Aunt Erin had excused me. But what my mom said next gave me chills. Major chills. "Yeah, that was over an hour ago." I had a heck of a time trying to explain my experience to my parents. Naturally, they didn't buy it and told me that I shouldn't be wandering around the hotel alone, and I shouldn't be talking with strange men in the hallways. They didn't get it. But that's okay, I suppose, because neither did I. I was scared by the time loss, but I leveled with myself that since I didn't walk away from the experience injured or terrified, maybe I'd just experienced something really cool, like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. My sister and I found ourselves in a horrifying situation as we drove to drop me off at college. This was over 8 years ago, just outside of Bozeman, Montana, in a tiny town called Matthews. It was around 6 p.m. and we'd been on the road for hours. And besides having to pee, I was also really hungry. My sister was big on making as little stops as possible, so I'd been patient enough. She told me just a few more miles and we would stop. Before the few more miles was up, we heard a large bang, followed by the car shaking heavily to the left. Then we heard the sound of scraping. We both started checking all of the mirrors, and my sister exclaimed, "Shit." I could see mild sparks flying from the left back side of the car. We had a flat tire. My sister pulled the car over, and together we tried to change our first tire together. It was all going fine, but I really had to pee. We hadn't seen a lot of cars pass by, but enough that I didn't feel comfortable popping a squat right there on the side of the road. I asked my sister if she'd go across the way with me, but she didn't want to leave the car perched up without one of us there. So I ventured across the 2-lane highway myself, to the side with trees lining the way. I hopped across a small ravine and made my way behind some tall trees. Once I found the perfect spot, I turned around and started the process. While I was peeing, I noticed a real run-down house, more like a large shed. It was boarded up, but not fresh. The boards were dirty, and the place was relatively covered in and by the surrounding nature. A tree was actually growing out of one of the windows, not boarded up. It wasn't dark yet, and for some reason, I think that's why I wasn't afraid of this place. I finished up and walked to the road where I told my sister that we had to check out this building back here. She was always trying to take photos of weird things, and this was by definition weird. She told me to come and help with the tire first. Fair enough. We finished putting the spare tire on, which would easily last us till Bozeman. After locking up the car and grabbing her camera, my sister entertains me by visiting the strange shelter across the road. We walk the perimeter, and I find the door, which is boarded up. But it looks as though those boards have been broken. I reach for the door handle just to see if I was lucky enough to encounter an unlocked door. I wasn't. I looked around the door to see if something was in the way. As I was leaning down, reaching for the bottom of the door, I see a shadow cross behind me. It creeped me out so much I almost lost balance. I looked back hoping to see my sister, but she's still on the side of the house. As I turned around to walk back to my sister, I heard the sound of a deadbolt unlocking. I turned just my head to see, was it the door? And the door itself is slowly opening. Before it can even open more than just a crack, I race back to my sister, telling her that we have to go, now. She looks at me, then slightly behind me. Her eyes go wide, and she orders me, go, run. We both run back to the car. I hear her fussing for her keys and swearing up a storm. She finds the keys, unlocks the doors. We pile in, lock the doors, and as my sister starts the car, I look around frantically. It's starting to get dark, but there's still light. I see nothing, though. I ask her, what did she see? She tells me she doesn't know, but also to stop talking while she gets us out of there. After a few minutes, I ask her again, what did she see? She tells me that behind me, close to the side of the shed where I was just previously standing, she saw a hand, followed by an arm, creep around the side. She said she guessed it was human, but it was terrifying. Thin and gray in color, long nails just reaching out. She was convinced it was the same thing that I saw, but I told her I didn't actually see anything, except, of course, a door unlocking and starting to open, presumably on its own. We still have no idea what we saw out there. A person, some sort of creature. I don't know. I'm just happy that we changed that tire so we didn't have to stick around and find out. When I was 10 or so, I was visiting a small town in Montana called Whitefish. There wasn't much to do at the time, so my mom tasked me with locating a bookstore so I could do something to occupy myself. I Googled and found a Borders in the neighboring town of Kalispell. I decided to call the number listed just to make sure that they were open. A man answered the phone and confirmed the location. He then gave me basic directions on how to get there. It was located next to a large strip mall with a Target and stuff. When my mom and I arrived, there was no Borders. It was completely closed, empty, and shut down. In fact, there were signs on the window of the store that it was going to become. When I called the number back, there was an error tone, and a robotic voice said that the number was disconnected. I'll never forget that. I don't know what the heck happened or if it was a ghost or what. Maybe it was just someone with an old boarder's phone number playing a prank, but it will always make my skin crawl. About a month ago, I started working in a nursing home near where I live. I gotta say, it's not a bad job if strong smells and putrid sights don't bother you. The residents here are usually sweet and lovable, although there are rude, grumpy people here as well. Who can really blame them, though? They don't have many years left, and many of them don't get visitors anymore. It fulfills me to talk with them and to give them someone to talk to since their families are no longer around. All was going well here with this job until they put me on the dementia wing. I always knew that I'd have to work in this wing. They bounce me around the floors pretty much wherever they need me. At first, it was just another normal day. I put together my cart and cleaned the floor. However, after I came back from my first 15-minute break, I started getting very unsettled. I'm not sure what caused this trigger, but if I had to guess, it was because I was too tired to really take in how creepy this side of the facility was. The rooms are strewn about, almost randomly, as if they were trying to pack as many people in here as possible. The residents here are often gray and gloomy, missing hair and teeth. I walked along the crowded halls, cleaning room by room, really taking in these people's lives, trying to piece together some story. What unnerved me more was the rooms without a lot of possessions, as if someone simply said, "They're so far gone, why would they need a lot of stuff?" Broken clocks that no longer worked or were set to a very wrong time, as if to really pound into my head that most of these men and women have no concept of time anymore. The overhead lights that drone on, the rectangular boxes that house a reminder of the back rooms in a vague sense. This reminder was greatly heightened in the residents' bathrooms, where the buzzing was harsher, louder, more vivid. I turned off I don't know how many lights in these bathrooms to ease myself a bit more. The walls were a pinkish tan color. This was the biggest reminder yet. For some reason, the color seemed to fit perfectly with the unsettling atmosphere. The staff was even creepy in a sense. The way they weren't put off by it even seemed joyful. It made me feel more out of place here. I wanted to go home this day. I'm not a weak-minded person by any means, but something about the atmosphere was making me incredibly uncomfortable. Like I was a ghost walking through these halls. Now there's only about 10 or 15 rooms left. I pulled my cart into a big open alcove in the hallway, where most of the residents were sitting in wheelchairs, as none of them had the strength to walk anymore. Staring mindlessly at a TV, playing cute videos of animals, assumingly to put the residents at ease. However, this one thing that made me feel comfort quickly turned into dread. It was off-putting. This was the one good aspect of this wing of the nursing home, as if it didn't belong on the television. Their eyes, they looked at me with such sorrow, as if to say, "Help me," without saying anything at all. I'm not really sure how many of them can actually speak. Some of them look at me and ask, "Where am I?" And I'm at a loss as I don't know how to answer in a way that they'll understand. Then the screaming, the cries for help, the yelling for anyone to come and comfort them. Yelling out blood-curdling screams when the nurse remotely touched them in any way. I just have to watch as I'm a janitor who cleans their rooms. I'm not allowed to touch the patients. No way to give comfort other than words, when they can barely hear, let alone process what I'm saying. This wing is so incredibly unnerving and sad. Listening and watching all of this does remind me of a piece of art known as Everywhere at the End of Time. And I feel as if this experience is only more unnerving having prior knowledge of this sad piece of art. The worst part of it all, this could easily be any one of us when we get old, not knowing what is real and what isn't, and crying out for loved ones who aren't there and will never come. My encounter with a negative spirit. So, I'm a practicing witch. I have been for several years. And one of my first spells was one of the ones that I could never forget. I was trying to do a love spell, which includes bringing your energy out to get that loving energy attracted towards you. However, I was in a really dark place at the time with depression, so I believe that what I sent out was negative energy, and I think I got it back. That night after I did the spell, something felt different in my room. It felt heavier in the air. I was on my computer in bed, and all of a sudden, I felt burning going up my arm. When I looked, it was a fresh scratch, but I checked everywhere on my bed on how it could have happened, even though my arm was perfectly still in front of me. None of my animals were in the room or had gone near me that day. I couldn't find anything sharp around that could have done it, so I was freaked out. Later that night, my dog and cat came into the room and sat on the end of my bed. And then all of a sudden, they were staring at my doorway, growling and hissing, which they never do. So I was a bit confused, and then they both ran out of the room. They weren't fighting or anything. It was like something scared them off. I was weirded out. When I fell asleep, I had a horrible nightmare of dead bodies in a room with a scary-looking plague doctor standing in the middle of them. And I could hear whispers around me going on about a murderous plague doctor, which I guessed was the one I was seeing. I could also smell rotting flesh and, weirdly, lavender. When I woke up, there were loads of flies all over me, which has never happened before. I screamed and flicked them all away. I was trying to smell my room and my house to see if anything was rotting, and that's why I had flies all over me and why I could smell rotting flesh in my dreams. But I couldn't smell anything. I even had a shower to make sure it wasn't me. The heaviness in my room was still strong, almost like something was watching me. I was freaked out and my animals were still acting up, staring at my door, hissing and barking, and I just felt drained. And for several nights, I had the same nightmare and woke up with flies all over me. I checked and checked again to see if anything was causing the flies to appear, and I washed myself more and more, but I couldn't find anything, and they kept coming back. This happened for 5 days in a row. I had enough at this point, and I was convinced it was some sort of negative spirit. That day, I cleansed my room and my house the best that I could with my practice and did everything the best I could. When I was starting the cleansing, more scratches ended up on my leg. I felt like it definitely didn't want to go. When I completed my ritual and cleansing for banishing, everything felt calmer and lighter. My animals stopped acting strange. No more scratches, no more flies, no more of the feeling that I was being watched, and definitely no more nightmares. I didn't feel drained. I was curious about plague doctors after that, and found out that they used flowers, such as lavender, in their beaks to mask the smell of the plague, and my jaw dropped. Only some of my close family and my boyfriend knows about this, as it's very personal and very real to me, but I thought I'd share it now, after all this time. I work at a haunted house, and it turns out it's actually haunted. I work at a haunted house in Utah. I'm a makeup artist, and it's called Haunted Hollow. I've worked there for 7 years now. Haunted Hollow is all outdoors in a forest that runs along a river. The costume and makeup room is indoors, upstairs in one of the only buildings on the property. I was upstairs in the makeup room, cleaning up after getting all the cast ready and sending them out. I was alone in this room, and I suddenly felt my butt cheek burn, like burn. It was a whole 30 degrees, so the sudden burning had me kind of freaked out. I had not touched anything because I was standing in the middle of the room. A few moments had gone by, and my girlfriend came into the room, and I asked her to look at it, thinking I'd been bitten by a spider or something. My girlfriend said that I had a burn on my butt cheek, running down the back of my leg. It even had welts. That same night, my little sister, who's an actor at the haunt, came home with 3 scratches on her arm, and they stayed on her arm for a week before fading. I just wanted to share some of my experiences that happened at one of my old jobs. This happened to be a dialysis clinic where I was a nurse. If you don't know what a dialysis clinic is, it's where people with kidney failure go for their treatments 3 times a week. I typically worked from 4:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. I would usually take my first break around 6 a.m. No one else would be in that part of our unit until 7:30. I would take a nap in the storage room where we had our old dialysis chair. From that spot, a lot of the staff would experience nightmares or sleep paralysis. For me, I often would feel ice-cold chills next to me, despite being wrapped in blankets. I've heard whispering when no one else was around. One time I woke up from a nap to find that my shoes had been kicked off and stuffed with paper towels. On the treatment floor, we would notice that from particular stations, some equipment, such as blood pressure cuffs, would start swinging at random times. We also had times where, before the patients arrived, the call lights would be activated. Our call lights had a physical button that had to be pressed down with some force. So the call lights would be activated to an empty station. We would turn it off, and another call light would be activated on the opposite corner of the room. The craziest thing that happened to me was when I was closing up the clinic by myself. I had stayed a little bit late to catch up on some paperwork, and all of the other staff and patients had left the building already. At times, the clinic went dead silent. All the ambient noise from buzzing lights to the noise from outside went out, as if a mute button had been pressed. I didn't think much of it since I wanted to get my work done and go home. Afterwards, I headed toward the back of the unit, near the storage room where we would take our naps, to turn off our water system for the night. As I was heading out, I instinctively kept looking back over my shoulder. I picked up my pace because it felt like something was chasing me out. As I reached the end of the hallway, I felt a whoosh of energy go through me, and the banners along the sides of the wall started shaking. At that point, I left the clinic without clocking out and got into my car as fast as possible. I figure that there's a lot of spiritual energy in places like these, since the patients spend so much time here. They often are feeling negative emotions while dealing with their illness before eventually passing. That's about it for this story. I appreciate anyone who takes the time reading it. Wrangler was a special cat. I know everyone says that, but he didn't belong to us. Our neighbor had a cat named Wrangler. He used to come and visit us every day. My daughter used to love reading stories to him. I have pictures of the two of them sitting on our porch. He seems to be truly listening. One day he came over and I noticed a horrible wound on his backside. He obviously had been in a fight. I went to my neighbors who owned him and asked if they knew about the wound. They affirmed that they knew, but felt a vet visit wasn't needed. He's an outdoor cat. Shit happens. I was stunned. I asked for permission to take him myself, and they said, "It's your money." He went on major medications, and I had to clean and pack his wound daily. He was incredible through the whole process. In doing blood work, it was discovered he had feline AIDS. I was devastated. This meant his recovery would have to take place in our garage, away from my other cat that was inside my home. Our neighbors stopped caring for him completely. So after he fully recovered, he became our kitty. It killed me that I had to keep him indoors, but I just knew the dangers that awaited him. My daughter insisted that instead we get him a collar and a tag. It also had a bell. He seemed happy to be ours. We could always hear his collar bell ring each time he came to be fed. AIDS was horrible. He could never seem to get enough to eat. One morning, we did not hear his bell. My daughter called for him. Once in a while, he would behave this way. He was a cat after all. My daughter asked if she could go look for him. I agreed and continued to make breakfast. Suddenly, I heard my daughter screaming. She ran into our home, clutching me, sobbing. I asked, "What's wrong, honey? What's wrong?" Through sobs, she said it was Wrangler. A coyote had got to him, and he was, what was left of him, on our neighbor's lawn. I grabbed a blanket and I went to him. Almost all of him was there, albeit in pieces. Obviously, the coyotes could tell that he was ill. I scooped him up, and we buried him under his favorite tree in our yard. For weeks after, we would hear his bell ring outside the door, and we would always check. But there was never anything there. We knew it was him, our Wrangler, letting us know he was okay. So this happened somewhere in the middle of 2017. I'm not sure as for the other countries, but here in Brazil, all houses are gated for safety. And the only places where you can find houses with their front doors leading directly to the streets are in closed condos. My friend James threw a small group hangout at his place. He lived in one of those condos with dozens of identical small houses. So it was maybe 5 or 6 of us, clutched in a tight living room, having pizza and watching some shit on TV. We were all going to have a sleepover that night, and as it is for every group hangout we have, everyone would possibly spend the night awake. It was maybe around 1 a.m. when we all decided to go for a late night walk around the condo. It's pretty safe, with tall walls and a good doorman, as all condos should. So it's always nice to walk around there. We all went slowly down the street, passing through many houses identical to his, talking quietly so we didn't wake up the neighbors. Eventually we stopped by the empty children's playground and decided to climb the little wooden jungle gym. There was enough room for all 5 or 6 of us to sit, talk, smoke, and hang out. No one around, no annoying kids, just silence and peace for us to chill. Behind this playground, there was one of the condo walls, and behind that wall, some woods with big trees looming over us. On the other side, the street, then the sidewalk, and the many identical houses. Every 2 houses, there was a light pole, lighting everything up. We were all talking about random stuff, listening to music on a very low volume on someone's phone, when eventually we ended up getting into the paranormal subject. As our topics came and went on spirits, ghosts, spooky stuff, horror movies, etc., and so forth, we noticed James, our host, get quite tense. He wasn't necessarily into the conversation and was visibly getting serious and gloomy. All of a sudden, he said something along the lines of, "Yeah, we shouldn't be talking about those things so nonchalantly and deliberately kind of bothers them. All of us knew that James was a medium. He'd mentioned a lot of times how he'd always see spirits and interact with entities in his childhood, but he ended up blocking that away, however, still seeing stuff every now and then. Even those of us who weren't spiritual or anything respected him, and we never dared to doubt a thing that he said, mostly because of his grandma. He still lived with and cared for her. She was highly spiritual, and on many occasions confirmed that what he was saying was the truth. Therefore, when James said that, we all just nodded and changed the subject. A few minutes later, James was still a bit shook, and he said to us, "It's getting a bit late, and you're all kind of loud, guys. We're going to get called on if we stay out here. Let's go back and drink some more." We all shrugged, agreed, and hopped off the wooden house. Then, when we were all going up the street, James looked back apprehensively and said, "So, as I said, please avoid talking about that stuff that way, out of nowhere." He's been standing near that light pole, looking at us, since y'all first touched that topic. Needless to say, we all got terrified, shitless, and bolted up the street. Later on, we tried to talk him into elaborating further upon what had happened. He clarified that the male entity meant no harm and was purely looking at us as if curious. I remember questioning James why he saw it if he had blocked it out of his mind. And he said that he's been trying to sort of reconnect with the other side in hopes of seeing his deceased mother again. We haven't talked much about spirits since then. It was 2005-ish. My best friend was in town, and she was able to get us a nice hotel room near the bars. We got back to the hotel late, but before midnight. We were intoxicated, but not blackout drunk or anything. We go get ready for bed, put on our jammies, and fell right to sleep in the queen-size bed. Originally, we were each going to have our own bed, but there was a mix-up with our reservation, and we decided we didn't mind. Anyways, several hours later, I woke up with bleary eyes, and I saw a man staring at us, and in my stupor, I calmly asked, "What are you doing here?" My friend then woke up at the sound of my voice and asked what was going on. The man seemed frozen, like a deer in headlights. He told us he was hotel security and that there had been a report of a disturbance. He was here to ask us to quiet down. Confused, we told him that we'd been asleep for hours, and he told us okay and to have a good night. He left out the door, and we went right back to sleep. The next morning, we went down to talk to management, because as we discussed the previous night together, we realized something very strange had happened. Management talked to my friend and then called someone more senior to talk to her. I was on the phone watching from a distance across the room. As they brought out the second person and they spoke to her, she became sheet white. They had no on-site security team, and no one had called in any disturbances the night before. They immediately moved us to a different room and upgraded the rest of our stay. To this day, I wonder if that room was targeted because it was only supposed to have one woman in there with the one bed. And when the person saw the two of us, they panicked, decided not to move forward. I also wonder what would have happened if our reaction was not tempered by alcohol or a dreamlike state. If we had screamed, would that have triggered something more sinister? About 7 years ago, I was at my boat. It was an old wooden cabin cruiser that I kept at an old broken-down marina on the Chesapeake Bay. I slept on the boat in the main salon on a pull-out couch. I was lying on my back when in the middle of the night, I awoke to find myself with a giant black Labrador retriever straddling me, with legs on either side of me on the bed. He was just standing there, looking around like I wasn't there at all. I immediately thought I was dreaming. I said I was going to shut my eyes and open them, and it would be gone. I shut them and reopened them, and it was still there. It was not mean or aggressive, just huge. I shut them again and reopened them, and it was gone. Later that morning, a worker at the marina fell to his death off the top of a travel lift, which is a big crane that hauls boats in and out of the water. I had never heard anything about black dog apparitions in my life, and I thought that it was just a dream, but Googled black dog apparitions, and apparently they are often seen near water and can be an indicator of death. I was pretty blown away after that. The boat I'm currently sleeping on is also haunted. I know it's haunted because the ghost would always play tricks on me, turning on switches to things I knew I had turned off. The ghost's favorite thing was to turn on my fresh water pump after I left. It was a pull-out switch that was on the console, and it wasn't easy to pull out either. It got so bad that one weekend I had my friend watch me turn it off. I got back the following Friday, and it was back on, of course. I believe the ghost is the original owner, a friend of mine. The boat was his pride and joy. This happened when I was about 6 years old, but I still remember it very well. Like many kids that age, I was scared of the dark, to the point where a Scooby-Doo movie could give me nightmares for weeks. So I often moved to lay with my head at the foot of the bed, as it allowed me to peek out the door and into the living room, where my parents usually watched TV after tucking me in. This particular night was no different. It was dark and quiet when I woke up. My parents must have gone to bed. Then, I saw a slender woman who looked to be no older than 30. Her fair hair was long, almost down to her waist, and she wore a simple dress that reached her shins. She wasn't transparent, but she had this weird, faint glow, and she held her arms to her chest as if she was carrying a tiny infant. I knew instantly that it wasn't my mother. She had short hair, almost a bob cut, and never wore more than underwear to bed, maybe a t-shirt at most, but certainly not a long nightgown. Furthermore, my younger sister was a toddler at the time, far bigger than the infant-like thing that this woman was holding. She walked silently with her face directed down toward the infant, paying me no attention as she slowly made her way past my bedroom door. I knew it wasn't my mother, yet I felt absolutely calm, despite my usual night terror. It was as if I recognized instinctively that this woman, whoever she was not a threat to me. And so I laid still, waiting for her to return and pass by my room again. She couldn't walk more than 3 or 4 steps past my door in that direction. There was an old wooden dining table. It would seat about 8 to 12 people, blocking the way. She couldn't even walk around it either. She'd have to turn around. But no matter how long I waited, she never returned. In the end, I got tired of waiting, and I got out of bed to check it out. Nothing. There was no one in the living room, nor the kitchen. I even went to check on my parents, who were sound asleep. Puzzled, I headed back to bed and eventually fell asleep. I asked my parents at breakfast the following morning who the lady from last night was, as I'd never seen her before. Had they held a late-night get-together? but my parents had no clue what I was talking about, and I ended up just shrugging it off. I never saw her again, but my fear of the dark ended soon after, as if the encounter had somehow assured me. And more than 2 decades later, I still feel her presence in the house. My parents and sister have noticed it too, although they've never seen her. Sometimes we all joke about it, except my sister, who feels uncomfortable and creeped out about it. My childhood home isn't particularly old, but it had been owned a few times before my parents purchased it in their late 20s. We're not religious, and I don't know who or what she could be, but the house would feel oddly empty without her, and I like the small signs of her being there. I do wonder, however. I'm 25 years old now, and this encounter, or prolonged experience rather, started when my family and I moved into an old house that my parents renovated. I was 8 at the time. The house in itself was fine. However, we had a long garden and at the end of the property, a huge bricked barn. It had been used in the past by the military and later by firefighters for training because of its high ceilings and appearing beams, which were used for rope exercises. Anyway, I remember vividly when I first stepped inside the barn. Its gigantic structure impressed me, but I was struck by how cold it was. I don't remember if it was winter, but I used to be a very skeptical kid and always found a logical explanation until I couldn't. I lived there until I was 18, and over the years it was always freezing inside. Summer and winter didn't make a difference. But maybe it was how it was built, that it was made this way. If it had only been that, everything would have been fine, and I would have remained that skeptical kid. But I began to feel things when I was inside, like someone watching me from behind, or feeling a presence when I knew perfectly well I was alone. There was even one area that I couldn't walk to because I felt complete terror invade me when I went to this spot. I began hating that feeling. I thought I was a scaredy cat, but it only intensified. The window of my room had a view of the garden and automatically the barn. Sometimes, from the corner of my eye, I would see someone inside there. When I would look properly, no one was there, and if the door was closed, that meant it wasn't one of my family members either. Yet again, I brushed it off thinking it was an optical illusion or something. What I couldn't explain, however, was the emotions I felt when I was inside. Sadness, helplessness, sorrow. It raised chills down my spine every single time, but I couldn't understand why I was sensing or feeling these emotions. It went on for years, to the point I didn't want to go there anymore. I thought I was going insane. Until one day, a few years before we moved, my parents were told why the last owners abandoned the property. They had a 15-year-old son. He got bullied in school very badly, and he hung himself in the barn, right above the spot that terrified me. When I heard his story, everything made sense to me. I don't know if anyone will be interested in this story, but I felt I needed to write it. It still lives inside of me to this day and changed me completely. Now I'm 100% sure that ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them, exist. As a child, I had a lot of paranormal experiences. From age 8 to 17, I had some pretty strange things happen to me. I lived in a pretty abusive home, and I believe that negative spirits are drawn to negative things. And that's why I had so many experiences when I was younger. I know that's not always the case, but I do believe that can definitely conjure something. I haven't had any creepy experiences in a few years, thankfully. My first experience that I recall was when I was about 8 or 9. I was at my grandmother's house. She was sleeping in her room, and all of a sudden, I hear a scream. So I jump up and run to my grandmother's room to see if she's okay. She was passed out, not bothered at all. I thought I imagined it, so I laid there all night. I didn't sleep until the sun was up, and my grandmother was up. So a lot has happened at my grandmother's house alone. I think it's her husband. He's a horrible person, and I wouldn't be surprised if he attracted all of the evil things in that house. Anyway, I had one of my childhood best friends come over to my grandparents' house, and we were outside. It was, I would say, 3 p.m. She stops in her tracks and says, "Look into that window." I look, and there is a short old woman with dark curly hair standing in my grandmother's bedroom window. I would have said it was my grandmother, but my grandmother has blonde hair. It's not short. So we freaked out and we called my dad to come get us. My friend never returned to the house. She'd refused to go there with me, even if I begged. This next experience is the last time I entered her house. I'll never go back there. I was up late watching TV in the living room, drinking some tea, and I see a shadow in the hallway. I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but then I see a full-on black shadow standing in the hallway. There was no way that it wasn't real. I screamed and my grandmother came running out. I tell her what happened. She didn't believe me. So I just stayed up until my parents came to get me. I have also had experiences in my childhood home. One instance is I was watching TV with my mom in her room, and we hear what sounds like a glass being knocked over. So we go downstairs, and the vase on the coffee table was knocked over. We were so confused, there was literally nobody or anything that could knock it over. In my childhood home, I used to get sick all of the time with the flu and strep. I missed so much school because of it. I always wondered if the spirit that was there was the reason I was always sick. I was the only one to ever get sick. Nobody else would. Once I moved out, I rarely ever got sick. Another instance was when I was about 12. Our air conditioning broke, so we all just ended up sleeping downstairs since it was 100 degrees up there. You could see the basement from the living room. So since we were sleeping in the living room, I would hear whistling coming from the basement, and I'd hear what sounded like someone snapping their fingers, and I'd hear scratching. That always terrified me. I never went down there. And in the basement, there's a random crucifix nailed to the ceiling. My dad tried to take it down, but I told him to just keep it up, just in case. So he did. My best friend stayed over one night. It was just me, her, my sister, and both of my parents were at work. She kept saying that she was seeing things, such as little blue dots, which I would think would be an orb, which confused me because I thought you could only see orbs in photos. As the night went on, she would say that she saw a shadow figure out of the corner of her eye, which I was seeing, but I didn't want to frighten her even more. She eventually said that she wanted to go home, so I told her that me and my sister would walk her home. She lived down the street. As we were about to leave, we hear a loud bang. It sounded like a dresser had fallen. We don't even take a chance. We bolt to her house, and my sister and I stayed the rest of the night. We didn't sleep one bit. In this house, when you looked at the stairway that leads upstairs, there's a light that comes from the bathroom right at the top of the stairs. You would see shadows walking past when nobody else was there. It was really scary, and it happened all the time. There was a lot of activity on the stairs, too. which is a weird place for there to be activity. On the steps, you could hear people walking. Both of my parents had said the same thing. My dad thinks it was a child. He would hear what sounded like a child laughing and running up the stairs. Now that I know more about all the scary stuff, about the paranormal, what if it was an evil entity disguising itself as a child? My little sister had seen a black shadow with red eyes standing over my mother as she was sleeping, which is pretty creepy. I didn't believe her at first because that really scared me. But one night, I couldn't sleep. I went to go see if my mom was still up. When I walked in, I saw a black figure standing over her, but it didn't have red eyes. It was just a black figure, and it disappeared within seconds. That was hands down the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. My sister had an old porcelain doll that was named Sally. I know, pretty predictable, but this doll had always given me the creeps. My sister carried it around everywhere. One day it had went missing, so she'd asked me to help her look for it. So I walk around the house and in the kitchen. I look up, and on top of the cupboards, I see this doll's brown hair hanging over. I asked her how she got it all the way up there, and she said that she didn't know how the doll got up there. This is the reason I hate dolls. There were also random things that would go missing, only to turn up in a spot where things shouldn't be. I had an iPod, and I remember putting it on the charger so that I could use it the next day. And when I woke up the next day, it was gone. My room was locked, so there was no way for my sister to come in and take it. I later found it in a storage box that I was going through to donate things. There were countless other things that had been moved, the occasional keys being moved, wallets being put in different areas. You know, normal stuff like that. Anyway, those were my childhood experiences. This just happened less than an hour ago in front of my house, and I've just been staring at my computer confused ever since. I was at my computer, and my dog started nudging my elbow, his signal that he needs to go outside. I get up, put my shoes and coat on, get him on a leash, and move to the front door to take him out to the front yard. Taking him out in the front is not something I usually do, but my shoes and coat are right by the door, so I figured, why not? We go out front tonight. As soon as I open the door, I see there's a person crossing my driveway. It's dark, but they're lit by a lamppost in my front yard. They see me exiting my house and stop, dead in their tracks. I did not expect this, so I stopped dead in mine. We have a staring contest for a bit, I guess. I say I guess because I'm really blind without my glasses, and I can't see if this person's actually making eye contact with me or where they're looking. And after some time, they kept walking. All right, I thought. Well, dog still needs to pee, so we're not going back inside. He's a large German Shepherd mix, so I'm not super afraid of anyone attacking me. They would just have to deal with him first. So I close my door and walk onto my porch and head outside. The person is still standing in front of my house. They begin talking to me. I'm going to use she from here on out because it was a distinctly feminine voice. But like I said earlier, I have no idea who they were. I'm not wearing my glasses and all. She asked me if I knew where Motor Road was. I have lived in this house for a few years, and I've lived in this town for almost 10 years, and I've never heard of this road. No, I'm sorry, I told her. She looked down the road, back the way she came, and asked, "Well, do you know how I can find my way? I think I'm lost." It's about 28 degrees Fahrenheit where I live right now, and you don't want to be outside at night for very long. "There's a gas station back that way, down on the corner. They might be able to help you," I said. She knew of this gas station and named it, and then said, "I can't go that way. I'm trying to go away from that way." So I said, "Well, there's more gas stations in the opposite direction. It's just a little further." I proceeded to tell her to go down to the end of my street, take a right, keep going past William Street, and as soon as I mentioned William Street, she clasped her hands together and lit up. She interrupted me and said, "Are you sure? William Street, it's right there?" "Yes," I said. "It's just the next one over." "Oh my God, thank you so much. I'm trying to get to my safe place," she said. "No problem. You're welcome," I said as she thanked me over and over again. But that one line stuck out in my head. Her safe place. Before I could think about it any further or ask her about it, she took off running. I'm talking she took off running, like zombies were chasing her, like her life depended on it, ran down the street, the direction I'd pointed her in, and she disappeared into the darkness. When I got inside, after the pup did his business, I sat and I thought about what had just happened. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling I got. I reviewed what happened in my head over and over. She can't go that way. She needs to get to her safe place. She seems lost and scared. She's asking random strangers for help at night. Red flags going off everywhere. I called the police non-emergency number and explained what had just happened. I wasn't sure it warranted a 911 call because no one was in immediate danger that I knew of. I just wanted someone to be aware that there was this person alone at night, needing help for whatever reason. The officer on the other end of the call didn't seem convinced that it was anything to be concerned about, until I told him the safe place line. When I said that, there was a pause. He took all the necessary information and told me that they'd be sending someone out to my area to make sure she was all right or see if she needed help. And then he thanked me for calling. So, what happened here? Did I do well? I hope she's all right. The thing that gets me the most is the timing of it all. She crossed my driveway at the exact moment I opened my door to go outside. She was walking fast. A few seconds later, and she would have been beyond my house, down the street, in the darkness. It's a quiet neighborhood. I highly doubt that she would have run into anyone else besides myself and my dog, and I just so happened to come out at that exact moment. Just weird, man. What are your thoughts? Okay, so we've all heard of hauntings and such, but has anyone heard of house ghouls? They lurk inside your homes, undetected by the naked eye. They live inside the cracks in the walls of your home, mainly crawl spaces, attics, basements. Not sure if they're supernatural beings or not, but I once encountered them. Me and the neighbor's house were maybe 80 to 100 feet away from each other when I lived in South Jersey near Vineland. The neighbors weren't what you would call quiet neighbors. They had the county police out a couple of times, mainly domestic calls for the adult son from within the home. He may have had autism or some other type of learning or developmental disability because he would lash out in anger sometimes in the household. It was just a father and the mother with their son residing there. One night, the ambulance and police came out to the house and they brought out the son. It looked like there was visible blood, but I couldn't see anything due to the glare of the police lights and EMS strobes lighting up the area. His mother was also taken to medical, and his father stayed home. A day or two later, no one was at the home, and it looked like they'd moved out. It seemed like they'd just up and left. We're in a small town, so I would think that somebody would have seen somebody leave. I was able to cure my intense curiosity because a buddy of mine I went to high school with, he was an EMT that was there that night at the house. I was able to catch him at the local bar. Sitting at the bar, I go up and ask him, "Oscar, what the hell happened that night?" He calmly looks at me with a and a grin, and then responds, "Crazy shit." He tells me that the son snapped. He took a paring knife and he stabbed his mother in the neck, and then went after the old man. The father was able to shove his son inside a closet and lock the door until police arrived. While inside the closet, the son started a bellowing scream, almost like a howl. When police opened the door, he'd taken the paring knife and stabbed all inside his navel and gouged out his right eye. He screamed penance the whole way out of the home and all the way to the hospital. I then said, "Wow, so do you think he just snapped?" My friend then said, "Nah, it's definitely the house." I then chuckled it off. Later on the exact same night, I saw what looked like people at the home. There was discarded furniture at the end of the lawn for trash pickup, couches, tables, chairs, and other things that I assume were clothes inside of black trash bags. So as I was going to look away, I noticed these things. They were like little elderly people, hunched over, very skinny bodies, and protruding round bellies. Seemed like they were balding, with just very thin strands of cotton-like hair illuminated by the dimming garage light. I got out to take a look further, and I see two of them rummaging about the trash. It's not uncommon for people to search through the trash or furniture, though. But one of them then goes around the side of the home. No more than 4 foot 4 inches, tall, stocky build, and skin that was like a pale, sweaty hide. Arms were short at the shoulders and long at the elbows. They also walked with a hobble and distinguishedly snorted in the air as they walked. The other one was a bit taller, maybe around 5'11", short arms, long fingers, and long, skinny legs, but walked hunched over, and if it stood straight up, it would maybe stand 7 feet tall. Both had very deep eye sockets, like you could barely see any eyes. In total disbelief of what I'm seeing, I had to wake up my wife and show her. She then went and made salt water. She said an African Orisha's prayer, opened the door, poured the water on our doorstep and porch, and closed it. We then watched as the things made their way back inside the empty home. Then they were gone. I then find out that the lady that lived there way before I was born, she was a medium, and she would charge people to do seances. Needless to say, I don't live around there anymore. I am an American Civil War reenactor. I was attending an event deep in North Carolina cotton country at the beginning of November, where we set up camp in the original fort that was on site. One of the things reenactors do to add some authenticity to events is to send out 4 or 5 guys on what's called picket duty. It's basically a safety watch that stands guard outside the camp at night. I wasn't too terribly tired that night, so I volunteered to be one of the 4 sentries to go and stand watch that night. Now, before we go to our respective posts, we all determine a call sign. So that way, should anyone come up to us, they can call out the call sign, make their presence known, and enter the camp. Our call sign for that night was, "Oh, Virginia." Fast forward about 2 hours or so. It's now approximately 1:32 a.m. I was posted along a stretch of trenches leading up to the main fort, about 25 yards outside of camp. I was leaning against a tree, letting my mind wander, when I saw movement coming from a section of woodline. A figure emerged and began slowly making his way towards me. I snapped the position of port arms and said to the figure, "Halt, and make your presence known." The figure stopped only for a breath before saying, "I am friendly." The figure came up to me and he revealed himself to be a middle-aged man in Confederate garb with sergeant stripes on the sleeves of his dirty jacket. I distinctly remember a strong scent of pipe tobacco coming from him. He made a brief bit of small talk with me, asking how my post was going, did I kill any Billy Yanks, so on and so forth. As he finished his conversation and began to turn, he looked back and said, "Got enough rounds in your box?" Referring to my leather cartridge box that held my blanked reenactor rounds for my musket. I only had a few left for the day's event, so I said if he's offering, I could definitely use a few more. He dug around in his pockets for a second or two and produced 3 cartridges, and he placed them in my hand. Immediately, I knew they were live rounds. I felt the weight of the lead bullets in my hand. This is a serious no-no, as you're not allowed by any means whatsoever to bring live ammunition or bullets to a reenactment event. I stared at the cartridges in my hand for a moment, and when I looked back up to say that I could not accept these, the soldier was gone. All that was left was the smell of sweet pipe tobacco. I pocketed the rounds, finished my guard shift, and in the morning I put the 3 live rounds in my truck. I still have them now. I made a point of looking for that sergeant the following day, but to no avail. To this point, I'm unsure of the circumstances. Could it have been a fellow reenactor playing a joke? Someone trying to cause issues? Or maybe, potentially, a sergeant from a time long since past, keeping an eye out for a fellow soldier late at night. Whoever you are, Sergeant, you've stuck with me. But let's not meet under these circumstances again. I always loved hearing ghost stories, but didn't fully believe in it. One of my friends decided to take me to their grand's house that was supposedly haunted. I was at first skeptical about this, thinking they were going to try to scare me or something. We decided to spend time in each part of the house alone, trying to see if we could hear or see something. I remember being in the bathroom with the door closed and the lights off, only having one candle. I sat in there for around 30 minutes until I heard a knock on the door. At first, I thought it was one of my friends trying to scare me, so I opened the door, and I saw no one there. My first thought remained, it was them playing a prank on me. So I closed the door and sat down on the floor. After a few minutes, I heard the knock again, and I opened the door. But as soon as I opened the door, the faucet behind me in the bath turned on. I remembered being scared, trying to call my friends. When they got to me, I explained, and they didn't believe me at first, knowing I was always the one joking around with things like this. But then, we heard running in the hallway, coming toward the bathroom. We shut the door, turned off the water, and stayed in that bathroom for about an hour. Yes, we were the typical people who hid in a place where it started, but we didn't have anywhere else to go since the running came from the only exit. Now, I'm not saying this is 100% a ghost, but I've spent months trying to think of an explanation for what I've witnessed. I still can't think of a logical one. I might still be a bit skeptical about it, but for me, it was one hell of an experience that I couldn't explain. I had a weird encounter today at the gym. I usually don't go to this gym too often, but today I walked into the men's changing room, and I walked past what looked like a man standing by the mirror. He was shirtless and was either wearing all black pants or shorts. I couldn't remember. When I walked past, I wasn't paying much attention. But he was just looking straight into the mirror, standing stationary, as I walked behind him to the benches to change, mentioning that he was the only one in there with me. As I walked to the benches, it was really quiet, and each step I took echoed really loud and bounced right back all around me. I don't know how else to explain it. It just didn't feel right in there. But I just ignored it since there wasn't even a reason to feel that way. As I put my jacket in my bag and took everything out of my pockets, I kind of felt eyes looking at me. But I just ignored it as my back was facing him. It felt as if he turned his head to the right to look over at me. When I was done putting my stuff away and I turned back around, he wasn't in front of the mirror anymore. I walked back towards the mirror to walk where I had first come from, to exit. And once I got to the mirror, I looked to my left, and I saw him there, posted up by the wall, with a very creepy smirk, looking right at me. His eyes, I couldn't really comprehend. His face looked deformed, and I was kind of in shock. I paused and got a good look at him, and then I just walked out. He looked like the Truth or Dare face, if you've ever seen that movie. As I was walking out, I said, "You think I'm scared of you, motherfucker?" With no reply, I walked out the changing room door, and I did my workout. I've heard stories of jinns and demons appearing to people in human form, in all black clothing, and just looking like regular people. I've had a couple experiences like that, not too long ago, but what happened today was much more aggressive. Has anyone had a similar experience, or who may know what it could be? Really just kind of shocked. I can't believe that this happened to me.